Right. Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. I'm sorry for the late start. I managed to lose my hearing materials. But today is Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. The time is 12:19 p.m. and we're meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and also online via Zoom. I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing on the DC Office of the Tenant Advocate, the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, and the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissioners. We are obviously in the thick of the budget season. As many of you know, the Home Rule Act is clear. The mayor proposes a budget and the council, as a co-equal branch, amends and approves it before sending it to Congress. This year, the process got thrown off course, but we finally received the mayor's FY25 budget last Tuesday. And 3 days after that, we held our first hearing. Today is our second budget oversight hearing, and we're continuing to work through the proposal on a compressed timeline. But I'm grateful for the tenants, advocates, agencies, and residents who are with us today to tell us what's working, what isn't, and what we can do about it in the budget. We'll hear from the Office of the Tenant Advocate about how they are representing tenants in need and making sure nobody falls through the cracks, particularly as the city faces a generational housing affordability crisis. We'll hear from the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, or MORCA. This issue is close to my heart as I've worked hard since I've been on the council to expand the agency significantly and add a number of programs like our driver's license, birth certificate programs, housing vouchers, and many other things that we have worked on with MORCA. That's why finally we'll hear from the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. ANC commissioners are often the first to hear from residents about local concerns, whether it's public safety, new development, traffic issues, or citywide service delivery. Their work strengthens local democracy and ensures that resident voices shape government decisions. So thank you all for being with us today. Before we start hearing testimony, I want to lay out the ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'm going to call people. Can I write the statement on there? From the list in panels. It looks like we will likely have 3 panels. Statement. It's all good. No, witness list. It's the second page of the statement. I'm going to call folks on the panel and what looks like it'll be 3 panels. I think we're going to do 2 in person and 1 virtual. In terms of our agencies, we're going to hear from the MORCA first, in the Office of ANC, and finally the Chief Tenant Advocate. And last note, when I call you, if you're testifying virtually, when I call you, you'll be promoted to a panelist. So you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and you'll come back in as a witness, at which point you can unmute yourself. Last note, you will likely see me and my team looking down during testimonies. We are not scrolling social media. I take notes as witnesses speak, so that's the way that I retain and remember. My team is either taking notes or administering the hearing, but I never want anybody to feel disrespected when they show up to testify, so I want to make sure you know what we are doing. If it looks like we're not paying attention, I assure you we are. So now we will move into our first panel of witnesses. I don't see Robert Vincent Branham, Zachary Ragone, I do see. Samuel Buggs, I do see. Who's I'm sorry, Zachary Ragone is with the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. Samuel Buggs is a board member with Jubilee Housing. Gina Day Williams, don't see. Gabby. Oh, Gabby Smith. Don't see. Oh, there we are. Oh, there you are. Good to see you, Gabby Smith. Tracy Velasquez, Policy Director for the Council for Court Excellence. Excellent. Um, and I see Mr. Buggs making his way. Is there anybody else who plans to testify in person as a public witness who I haven't called? Okay. All right. Mark, which ones were here? All right, Zachary Ragone with the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. We will start with you. Welcome and thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Chairperson White and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Zachary Ragone and I serve as the Policy Director at the National Returning Network for Returning Citizens. I'm here today to urge the Council to reject the proposal to absorb the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs into the Executive Office of the Mayor and to restore its full funding. Let me be direct. This proposal is not a realignment, it's a retreat. It's not a budget reform, it's disinvestment. And for thousands of returning citizens in the district, it'd be a step backward at a time when we should be moving forward. ORCA was created in 2007 for a reason, because DC recognized that reentry isn't just a box you check. It's not just another service line item. It's a deeply complex process that affects housing, employment, healthcare, family stability, and community safety. And it demands a dedicated office, an office with its own staff, its own leadership, and its own standing in government, not a subunit buried under political management. This office was never meant to be absorbed into a general purpose bureaucracy. That's not how it was designed. That's not what the law intended, and that's not what returning citizens need. Second, let's talk about the money, because even if we pretended this was just a bureaucratic shift, it's clearly not being funded as such. The proposed budget strips nearly a third of ORCA's funding while expecting it to perform the same work. And that comes after significant prior losses due to the end of federal ARPA funding, which were never backfilled. So let's be honest. This isn't about restructuring, it's about shrinking. Shrinking the investment, shrinking the visibility, and shrinking the voice of returning citizens in DC government. And here's the thing, ORCA isn't just a name on a budget line, it's a lifeline. This office has created individualized case plans for hundreds of people. It's made thousands of referrals to job training, mentoring, and legal services. It has built trusted relationships with residents and with community organizations like ours. You can't replace that by sticking people with reentry titles in cubicles in the mayor's office or relying exclusively on a correction-backed entity like the Ready Center. You also can't expect people to engage with an institution they no longer see. For a returning citizen who may already distrust the government and who may have been ignored or harmed by it in the past, walking to an office that is clearly for them sends a powerful message. You belong here. We're invested in you. We see your potential. Eliminating ORCA's public identity, and you take that message away. And when people feel invisible, they disengage. That's not just a moral loss, that's a loss for public safety. There's also a real risk of weakening oversight. ORCA was created alongside the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs, a body that's designed to hold it accountable and shape its strategy. But if ORCA becomes just a budget line in the mayor's office, what happens to that relationship? Who does the commissioner advise? How do we ensure coordination across agencies continues? And finally, let me speak both as a returning citizen and someone who works with the population every single day. Relationships matter. Continuity matters. The trust that ORCA has built with our community can't be replaced overnight, if it can be replaced at all. So what should happen? The council has a clear path forward. Reject this proposed absorption. It contradicts both the letter and the spirit of the law that created ORCA. Fully restore its funding to previous levels. Returning citizens deserve more than what's left over after cuts. Maintain ORCA as a separate public-facing office with its own leadership and mission. And critically, engage the reentry community before making major decisions about its future, not after the fact, not as a courtesy, but as partners. Because when we exclude impacted communities from decisions about the offices that are meant to serve them, we're not just missing the mark, we're reinforcing the very dynamics that reentry was supposed to change. We have an opportunity here, not just to protect a vital office, but to recommit to what it represents. This city once led the way, creating the first legislatively mandated reentry office in the country. Let's not walk that back by burying ORCA in bureaucracy. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thanks so much for your testimony. Samuel Buggs, board member with Jubilee Housing.
Excuse me for the delay, Mr. White. Um, all right, thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes, good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to submit my testimony today. My name is Samuel Buggs, and I am a resident of Jubilee Housing at the Maycroft building in Columbia Heights, and a member of the Jubilee Housing Board of Directors, along with the DC Reentry Housing Alliance. I spent most of my life here in the DC, and I've also spent about 25 years in and out of incarceration. Every time I came home, I felt like I was starting from nothing. No place to live, no consistent support, no roadmap for what came next. That kind of instability pushes people right back into the same cycles they were trying to escape. Too often, reentry doesn't get the attention it deserves unless someone is directly affected. But the reality of this, it affects us all. If we want people to come home and stay home, we need to make sure that they have a place to live and the support to stay on track. When my mother passed a few years ago, I lost the only stable housing situation I had ever known. I ended up staying in hotels and paying people to sleep in their homes. Still engaged in survival mode, my behaviors were pretty much the reasons why I eventually fell back in the same things that led me to incarceration in the first place. Fortunately for me, I found Christ House and later Jubilee Housing. That I found what I really truly needed: stability, support, and a sense of purpose. Jubilee didn't give me housing, they offered me a community. I got involved with the youth program, started giving back, and eventually joined the board of directors. Having access to deeply affordable housing and wraparound services like case management, job support, and mental health care allowed me to rebuild my life in a way that allowed me to be here today. That's the thing that makes this different from other situations. This is why the work of the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, MORCA, must continue, and why it's so important that the level of support doesn't drop off. The next few years will be critical, with many residents expecting to return home. If we don't act now, in order to strengthen the support network, we'll see more and more people fall through the cracks. Housing and the services together are what people are going back, and it's really, excuse me. I hope that this committee continues to prioritize MORCA and ensures the office has the resources, consistency, and partnership needed to truly support returning citizens across the district. We all benefit when people are given a fair shot to rebuild their lives and contribute to their communities. I would like to thank you, Chairman White, and the members of this committee for your support and continue in this situation. I'll be willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Buggs. Gabby Smith, welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and esteemed members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Gabby Smith, and I serve as the president of Royale Nationwide Ventures and the program director of Career Shop DC, a workforce development, job training, and most importantly, a job placement program here in the district. Today, I'd like to share the outcomes of Career Shop DC's partnership with the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens and specifically highlight the successes of our most recent program cohorts. Beginning in January of this year, MORCA referred participants to our program, which was funded by the Office of Victim Services and Justice. So far this calendar year, we've trained 2 cohorts comprising 13 and 15 participants respectively, beginning on February 18th. Initially, our model provided 2 days of training and 3 days of part-time work due to the lack of a training wage under this grant. Our training focused on career readiness, including digital literacy, resume writing, mock interviews, and financial literacy. By the end of March, 6 weeks later, we had placed 8 out of 13 participants, approximately 61%, into full-time employment prior to graduation. Again, with no training wage, we allowed them to exit the program early if they could start working. Proudly, our graduation only had 5 people there. Today, that number is increased to 11 of 13, or 84% job placement. As many of you are aware, by the time our next cohort launched, the signs of DC's tightening budget were increasingly evident. Employers began slowing their hiring, which once again required us to pivot. For this second cohort, we continued to provide laptops and smart trip cards. Additionally, we enhanced our curriculum by bringing in a math tutor to prepare participants for entry into various apprenticeship programs. Upon completion of the program last week, several of our participants secured interviews with skilled labor organizations, 2 of whom have already been accepted. We look forward to updating the committee on additional employment outcomes in these various labor unions at the next hearing. In these economically uncertain times, it is vital that funding sources remain flexible to allow programs like ours to pivot in response to shifting employment trends and continue creating real opportunities for our returning citizens. In closing, I want to emphasize that the employment landscape is evolving rapidly with this incoming federal administration. Returning citizens are now competing for jobs alongside recently unemployed federal workers. Simultaneously, we're seeing a troubling inverse correlation between rising crime again and decreasing budgets. That is why it's critical that training programs for returning citizens remain a top priority for the district. It would be nice if MORCA's FY26 budget would include direct support for community-based organizations that have a demonstrated track record of job placement with second chance employers, like Royale Nationwide Ventures. As I always conclude my testimony, jobs for returning citizens mean reduced crime, community stabilization, pathways to the middle class, and most importantly, jobs for returning citizens equal public safety. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I'll submit my full written testimony at the close of this hearing, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Tracy Velasquez from Council for Court Excellence.
Hi. Thank you, Chairperson White, for the opportunity to testify today at the budget oversight hearing for MORCA. My name is Tracy Velasquez, and I am providing this testimony in my capacity as the Policy Director for CCE. Reentry has been one of CCE's core concerns for the past 2 decades. DC's work in 2005 around the value. Now, I haven't talked for that long. DC's work back in 2005 around the value of expungement led to the Criminal Record Sealing Act of 2006. 5 years later, CCE published a report on the relationship between employment and recidivism, recommendations from which were incorporated into the Reentry Facilitation Act of 2012. In 2016, CCE published an extensive, comprehensive examination of reentry experiences and services in the district beyond second chances. And 2 years ago, in 2023, CCE stood up the Second Chance Hiring Alliance, a coalition of employers, service providers, and agencies working together to create more job opportunities for justice-impacted DC residents. Since its inception in 2007, MORCA has been instrumental in helping people returning to the community from prison or jail access the resources they need to be successful. It has reduced barriers to reentry by connecting previously incarcerated individuals to crucial program areas like employment, education, and housing. And research has shown that people who get an education, find a job, and have a stable home situation are less likely to cycle back through the justice system. And as mentioned earlier, MORCA was the first legislatively mandated office specifically designed to serve previously incarcerated individuals and has been an inspiration around the country. CCE is therefore disturbed that the mayor's proposed budget zeroes out funding for MORCA. While the administration has said the functions would be assumed by the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, an examination of budget documents shows that for all intents and purposes, the work of MORCA is being all but shut down. It should be noted that since its founding, MORCA has struggled to live up to its potential. One of the findings of our Beyond Second Chances Act from 9 years ago was that the office, quote, has not been able to achieve its mission to coordinate and monitor service delivery to returning citizens and make policy recommendations regarding returning citizens to the mayor due to limited funding and resources. While their budget has increased somewhat since then, compared to similar nearby jurisdictions, funding for MORCA as a share of total budget already was falling short. MORCA comprised just 0.0001% of DC's fiscal year 25 operating budget, while in the same year, Prince George's County's Returning Citizens Affairs Division made up 0.02% of that county's budget, and the Baltimore Office for Returning Citizens and Reentry Action Council budgets made up 0.03% of that city's operating budget. We recognize that other DC agencies also provide services to returning citizens. However, the Department of Corrections budget for post-release services, which the Ready Center presumably falls under, is slated for a $100,000 cut. And there is a $2.4 million reduction in DC local government funding for justice grants in the budget, which include reentry grants in the Office for Victim Services and Justice Grants, OVSJG. The administration has budgeted for a federal increase of $3.8 million to balance their budget, which seems an improbable assumption at best. We would like to note that the need for MORCA services have not diminished. In fiscal year 2023, there were 5,354 releases from the DC jail. This rose to 7,244 in fiscal year 2024. Unfortunately, we have no recent data on DC residents in Bureau of Prisons facilities. However, in the first 3 quarters of 2023, 3,000 people convicted of DC code offenses were incarcerated in BOP facilities, almost all of whom will come home. CC's new report on the DC jail showed that residents there struggled with job readiness and reentry preparation. More than half of residents said they did not have employment for when they were released. And most residents disagreed with the statement, this jail does a good job preparing people for release. As individuals are not really receiving adequate reentry preparation inside the DC jail, MORCA services are vital to ensuring that formerly incarcerated individuals receive the resources they need to get out. Thank you very much for this, allowing me to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel. I'm always grateful for folks that come out, particularly to our MORCA hearing, when the issue is housing, schools, things like that, health. A lot of folks come out, and often returning citizens get left behind. And a lot of that is because, frankly, a lot of our returning citizens, once they get home, they got to focus on life. They're not focused on what's happening in this building. But I will say, just last week, the morning I got the mayor's budget recommendations, I was at Starbucks in a meeting, and somebody asked me for help, and so I bought her some food. And then another guy came in and asked for help, and I said, "Look, I can't buy any more food today, but let me give you my card, see if I can help." And then he told me he was a returning citizen, and we started talking about MORCA, and he seemed aware of some of the programs, which made me really happy. And his frustrations were things that we could work through. But all that to say, these services are really important. What I worried about when I saw the mayor's budget, and what I want to work with you all, with MORCA, with the mayor on, is folks, when they come home, when I got to the council, and CCE was one of my early partners in expanding MORCA, and we had an aggressive agenda that we accomplished of expanding the agency, creating new programs, because we were hearing from returning citizens that years ago in MORCA, when they come home and they go to the MORCA office and they hand them a piece of paper and say, these are all the agencies that can help you, these are the organizations, good luck. That doesn't work for folks. MORCA has transformed a lot since then. And I can't and won't see it move backwards. I also recognize that the likelihood of folks coming to this building or going to any other kind of general government office or deputy mayor for anything is not likely to happen. MORCA needs its own office, needs its own team, because inside the government, just like outside the government, it's not going to be a priority for most people. We need the people for whom returning citizens are going to be a priority to be working on those issues. So we'll work with the MORCA team, with the mayor, to make sure we straighten this out somehow in the budget. Zachary Rigoni, when I said your name, I knew I mispronounced it. I just didn't know how. So thank you for correcting me, and I apologize. You raised one question I actually wrote down because I need to answer myself, is outside of all the other changes, even if MORCA remained in the same place, but fell under another agency, how would we do oversight? You know, and that's a question I need to understand as well. In addition to making sure we keep the agency, I think the way that we see it today and continuing to improve. How do we do oversight if it's not an independent agency?
Well, I think that's part of why it's so important that it remains its own entity, whether it is shifted, even if it's shifted under something, it needs to remain as its own dedicated office, not just having its duties absorbed. Because ultimately, if the duties are absorbed, when you're doing oversight of a given office, it's a lot harder to get details about the individual tasks that are going to be expended, because ultimately any given employee is going to have multiple tasks in that
Right,
office. By
right.
having a actual dedicated office that allows you to look at it, I think, as has been talked about previously in the more oversight hearings, I think it's one of those. Me and you are both big on data. Being able to look and see specific information, hard data of what is being done is always important for oversight. But I think the more layers of bureaucracy you bury the duties under, the harder it is to get that data and to really zoom in on it. So I think that's why it's so important to have it as its own office, truly dedicated to returning citizens affairs, instead of part of a larger one where that's just one branch of a very large tree
That's
that is
right.
being done.
Samuel Buggs, you're in Ward 1, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. Yeah, every time I drive by your building, I think about you. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good thing.
I hope so too. No, it is. It is. I've learned from you, and I appreciate it. Has Morca helped you or anybody you know navigate reentry?
Yeah, a few people I've talked to over the years that have said they've gained a great deal of help.
Good. Good. Based on your experiences returning home and conversations with other folks you know, what do you think the impact would be on a returning citizen community if Morca did not exist as an independent or as an agency?
There'd be a lot of people in trouble. And simply put, and I think most people don't recognize this. Anybody that's been incarcerated do not want to be reincarcerated.
Yeah.
Those are most of us that do. There's situations and circumstances that are probably a bit overwhelming, and we subsequently fall back in the same old pattern. I know that has been my case until I got sick and tired of going through what I was going through.
Yeah.
But it's important because we all understand and know the importance of not only housing, but supportive housing. And Morca is a good place to receive the things that you need upon coming home.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Gabby Smith, we were together not too long ago.
We were.
I appreciate your work, and you've testified before about helping residents and returning citizens specifically get placed into full employment. And did you say without subsidy?
This one is without subsidy in the classroom.
Wow.
So the only thing we're allowed is smart chip cards and laptops.
Wow.
Yeah, but they're still showing up.
Yeah.
They're still showing up.
And those rates, 11 out of 13 job placements is significant for any cohort. One of the things you recommended at the end of your testimony is that we include a budget for direct support for community organizations. You mentioned, I think, that you get or have gotten funding from OJJ, I always forget that acronym, DP?
OSVJG.
There we go, that
Yeah.
one. Have you gotten support from Morca in the past?
Yes, we
Okay.
have.
And
We have gotten support. That's where we get our pipeline of participants. So we rely on Morca heavily
okay.
for our participants. And OSVJG has been really great in seeing or appreciating my explanation of the employment shifts. And so going into the unions is now a viable opportunity for returning citizens.
Yeah.
So they've allowed me to pivot and bring in math tutors to actually prepare them for the entrance exam to the apprenticeship programs.
That's great.
Yeah.
Which
The carpenter union.
I love it.
Yeah,
That's what I
the
thought you were going to say.
Yes,
Yeah, they do a great
the
job. I went to
conference
one of their
union.
graduations recently.
Yeah, we're working on a partnership where we're a direct pipeline to the union.
Great.
Yes.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That is absolutely incredible. I don't think you'll need any help, but if you need any help, call on us.
Thank you.
Um, so have you gotten financial support from Morca or just
No.
participants?
No.
Okay.
But it would be great.
Based on your experience and what you do, what would direct support for community organizations look like?
Budgets for direct training programs, because there are other parameters involved with some of our grant funding. One of the programs that I just finished, you have to be a returning citizen in recovery as well. So if we take off the other elements of being eligible for being a participant and just deal with returning citizens, it would be really helpful.
Okay. Okay. So whether or not it probably wouldn't matter if the grant money lived in Morca as long as it went to programs that specifically support returning citizens.
It would be easier
Yeah.
if it was directly at Marker,
Okay. Oh, why would it be easier there?
because we could just go right in, train their participants and put them to work.
Mari, we need to work through this with you because I mean, there's just, somebody once told me a long time ago, nothing succeeds like success. When you see something working, like keep feeding it, just like the Georgetown paralegal program. Success rates are not quite as good as yours, but still really high. And most folks, they come home, as Mr. Buck said, like when folks are locked up, they're not thinking like, I'm gonna come back here. They're planning their lives. And
They
so,
really are.
but they need help often. Okay, I continue to appreciate the work that you do,
Thank you.
and want to make sure the city continues to support that.
Thank you.
Tracy Velasquez, anything I missed, because we've covered a lot of ground, and you mentioned a lot of this in your testimony, why it's important that it's a standalone agency, but any additional thoughts?
Well, DC's in a bit of a reentry crisis right now when it comes to people who have been in the Bureau of Prisons. It has been 5 years since Hope Village closed. We do not have a halfway house here in the district. We learned recently that the BOP has put the construction of a new halfway house back out to bid. And they have basically said, we're not satisfied with the progress that's been made.
It's because they weren't making any progress.
Yes. And so right now, people are coming home from DC from Baltimore, from other halfway houses. And so Morca is playing an especially important role right now in terms of, helping meet the needs of people who have to go to a halfway house somewhere else, and they're trying to connect with housing, with jobs, with family here in the district. And I would love to find a way to really look at this issue of this DC halfway house more closely, because it's really concerning to us, the deadlines that have been missed.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. And then I think the only other thing I would mention is, we're concerned about the cuts to things like Medicaid. One of the populations that's going to take a big hit is single childless people. And they're going to have to navigate healthcare without Medicaid if the budget goes through as anticipated. So, Morca could be a helpful, this would be many people who return from prisoner jail are single and childless. Some are, or at least they're not primary caregivers because of the situations they've been in, and making sure that they get healthcare. We know many people have mental health and substance use issues and have, lived through trauma and need behavioral health services. And so we are concerned about the impact of cuts in the health area on this population. And again, Morca could be a source where people can figure out whatever it is that comes next if it's not Medicaid.
I will say you mentioned in your testimony, some frustration or belief that Morca hasn't met its full potential, and part of that, I mean, I agree, and I used to give Morca a harder time at the hearings about this, but with the halfway house issue, I'd like to see Morca out front with the coordinating with BOP. They are doing that work, but it's taking too long, and I'd like to see Morca more vocal on those. The thing I recognize is that's That's over the Morca director's head. That's a decision the mayor has to make, which is all the more reason I don't want this agency buried in the administration. I do think the administration supports returning citizens, but there's a limit on how vocal it's going to be, and there are some things that I need it to be more vocal on, and I think it's appropriate to criticize Morca because that is the agency that is the front for returning citizens.
Right, and just to clarify, our comment then and comments now is really about the issue of resources. As other people testified, they don't have direct funds to support things like job training. They, in Prince George's County, their reentry office, I happen to know the director, he used to be my boss. They have the funds to work with employers more directly in terms of providing incentives to hire formerly incarcerated individuals. So, I would say that we should be thinking about how to expand Morca's reach, and especially as it's a trusted organization, right? It's not buried in the mayor's office. It's not in the Department of Corrections. It's an independent place where people feel like they have comfort going there.
I appreciate that. I will. I'm glad you're here. My team and I will check in with the Prince George's County office, and we'll look at Baltimore as well. Want to see how, particularly Prince George's County, how their work in direct support is different than things like access to jobs. And then my guess is, in terms of the dollar amount, whatever they're doing in Prince George's County is probably not an overwhelming amount. But, and so even in tough budget times, it helps the city if we're getting people employed. So if we have folks like Gabby Smith who are really getting this population employed, and we can get more people employed and hold folks like Gabby accountable, say, look, we need you to keep up those numbers, but as long as you keep up those numbers, we have a pipeline. That's the type of thing I have to believe we can figure out. So I appreciate that direction, and we will follow up. If we have any trouble reaching them, we're going to call you for an introduction. Yes.
Just wanted to make one quick comment on the halfway house situation, because I was actually someone that was living in that Baltimore halfway house on my transition out. And Morca was my lifeline, having an actual case manager dedicated there, because the reality is in that halfway house, services related to DC are next to nothing. There's no real help for that. And if I didn't have that ability to get on the train, come down, talk to my case manager in Morca, understand the notion of how to sign up for Medicaid, how to look at SNAP once I'm there, what programs are available, what things are there for housing, what steps do I need to take to get my license, it was everything I needed was at Morca. And without that, I would have been thrown into the city at the end of the halfway house, completely lost and unsure where to go. And the reality is that while maybe I could have navigated to find some other office that found it, the reality is that polls have shown that trust in government is lowest amongst marginalized groups, including returning citizens. Seeing that name, Returning Citizens Affairs, leads you to go to that office. Knowing they have case management for you helps to go. It's not going to be the same if it's just some faceless organization that's part of the government or part of the mayor's office that's there to help you. You're not going to have people riding the train 2 hours down from Baltimore to get this assistance that they really need to successfully get in. So my case manager was my lifeline.
I appreciate you saying that. And when I went to Baltimore not too long ago, we did hear from a number of folks that they are connected with Morca and getting services. So how do any of you have thoughts on how Morca is doing now in terms of coordinating with other agencies or programs?
I mean, I know that they participate with our Second Chance Hiring Alliance, and I'm happy to check back on that, but I do know that they participate with us in that venue, but we can certainly get some more information.
I know we deal with them largely through referral processes. We have a workforce program as well as a peer navigator program, and we get referrals from Morca to those programs. We also try to keep on top of the various events they're doing for returning citizens, just to be able to be a part of those events and interact with the greater community, because that's how you start meeting other contacts and forming that network of support for things. I think it's one of those we've talked about in terms of making more with less money. I still do think really dedicating to that clearance house notion of this is an organization where everybody interacts with, even when they don't interact with each other. So using that as a means of putting together various community groups and organizations to kind of help facilitate things and deal with some of the duplicative effort that happens in this field, I still think is a way that the office could be doing more without necessarily needing more funding to be able to do it just with their current job. But the referrals are big, because it's one of those, the reality is Morca is one of the first places any returning citizen goes into the city. And so their work with the various community organizations, beyond just a piece of paper, like you said before, but actually talking with people, finding out what their specific needs are and being able to funnel them to appropriate programs, I think is a massive part of the agency and what it does.
We are in our first budget deficit in a few decades in this city. And we are going to have to figure out, at least for a few years, how to do more with less. Which makes me glad. I know my agencies hate it, but we've really focused on like key performance indicators and key goals for the past few years. But now we find ourselves where we really have got to like focus on core mission and how do we measure progress. Lead up to say, I don't know where we're going to find $1 anywhere, but if you had $300,000 in a magic wand, what would you do at Morca? Anybody?
I'd like to take that.
Please.
One of the things that we found recently in these recent cohorts that we just graduated is that there were viable jobs available for returning citizens. And there were several instances where they just weren't digitally prepared in digital literacy to take the jobs. Something as simple as a janitorial job, which is waiting for them. I had to help them do their onboarding paperwork, because they just didn't know how to navigate a phone, a computer, a laptop. So if we could take $300,000 and figure out where each participant needs help, whether it's math help to go into the union, that's a pathway. Whether it's digital literacy to prepare them for something as simple as a janitorial job, training is where it's at, because the jobs are there, but we just have to match their skills up with the available jobs.
Excellent. Well, let me say thank you so much to this panel. Really appreciate and value your testimony. Thank you for being with us. All right, I see Tyrell Holcomb. Is there anybody else who came to testify today in person? Want to? Come on up. All right, well, he'll go first. So you got, how long is your testimony? What's that? No. We good. No, welcome, Tyrell Holcomb. And wait.
These are virtual. We're not gonna call this panel unless you want to separate it.
Yeah, okay, we'll bring a couple of our two of our virtual panelists in, Karen Lundrigan and Jocelyn Johnson. And we will begin with Tyrell Holcomb, and then the other brother who just left, but he'll be back. You can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White and staff who are here. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I serve as the Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. We provide deeply affordable housing connected to services that help people thrive, a part of which in our portfolio includes returning citizens in the Adams Morgan community. I also bring the perspective of someone born and raised in Ward 7, where I still live and continue to fight for fairness, opportunity, and dignity for all of our neighbors. Jubilee is proud to be a member of the Reentry Action Network and the DC Reentry Housing Alliance. This is not just policy for me, it's personal. My stepfather is a returning citizen. When he came home, the support he received from Director Carey at Morca helped shift his mindset. It gave him the clarity and confidence to start walking a different path. Now he's working to prepare his brother, who is expected to come home next year after serving over 20 years. And my younger brother, my brother is currently at the DC jail. These issues live in my orbit. They shape my daily conversations, and they continue to motivate the work in which I do at Jubilee and in the community. I'd like to applaud the proposed $2.4 million investment to support the implementation of the Second Chance Act. While these positions do not sit within Morca, they are critical to ensuring that the district can reduce reentry barriers and expand access to the opportunities that returning citizens need. The $1.39 million investment in the Lead Up, Lead Out program is an especially important one. Preparing people before they come home while they are still in DOC custody is a smart and necessary step. It's how we shift from reaction to prevention. But preparation must be met with something concrete. Housing, services, jobs, workforce development. That's the combination that actually changes lives. At Jubilee, we've seen what happens when these three things come together. Returning citizens not only stand out, they move forward. They mentor others, they reconnect with family, they lead, as we saw here today with Mr. Buggs. But when even one piece is missing, the risk of recidivism goes up. We can't keep expecting people to build new lives with missing tools. To get this right, Morca has to remain strong. While the new FTEs are part of the Second Chance implementation, Morca still plays a central role in helping residents navigate what can be an overwhelming system. It is the front door for many, and we need to make sure it's open, responsive, and resourced. To that end, we'd ask the committee to do three things: keep the proposed investments in place that support the Second Chance Amendment Act and fully fund the Lead Up, Lead Out program. Make sure that Morca continues to have capacity to meet residents where they are and connect with them in a real, coordinated way that supports their transition and ultimate success. Lastly, ensure that housing, services, and workforce development are not treated as side programs, but as core strategies to prevent recidivism that ultimately build long-term success. We'd like to thank you, Chairperson White, for your leadership and commitment to making sure that returning citizens aren't just released, but restored. And I appreciate this opportunity today to share and look forward to continuing to working together on this important issue.
Thanks so much for being with us. Karen Lundrigan.
Hi, Councilman White. I'm testifying about the Office of Tenant Advocate. I can still testify?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, thank you for letting me testify today. I just feel I need to come here and talk about what my experience has been with the Office of Tenant Advocate. And honestly, it hasn't been very good. As you know, from my other testimony, I'm currently homeless. My home was condemned through no fault of my own. The Office of Tenant Advocate did put me up for 2 weeks, but I asked for an extension and they said they can't do it. I'm just being honest with you. I just don't understand. I'm homeless through no fault of my own, and because my place was condemned. In all honesty, I feel for the past 3 years, I've been ignored by the Office of Tenant Advocate. I've called their number numerous times. I don't get callbacks. I'm one of many people who feel this way. But I filed a complaint that they turned down back in 2021, didn't give me a valid reason. I feel like I've honestly just been ignored by them. And this is the Office of Tenant Advocate, so I honestly just gave up. It wasn't until I reached, started emailing you guys that Dennis Taylor there, he's a managing partner, general counsel there, that recently started responding me about, checking into finding an attorney, because I want to take legal action against my landlord. and the housing authority, to be honest with you, but I don't feel I've gotten the consistent help that I feel I deserve as a resident in DC, to be honest with you. And I feel like I deserve better. And I'm not saying that to be rude or anything, but I just feel like a couple like Joanna Shreve and Tamela Tolton, they put me up in the hotel. But I felt like I was not treated very nicely, quite frankly. And it's been really exasperating, to me to going through this. This is the Office of Tenant Advocate that's supposed to be helping tenants, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to anybody, to Chief Tenant Advocate Shreve or anybody, but I think I deserve more consistent help as a tenant with what I'm going through, to be honest with you. So I just wanted to mention that. I also didn't understand the 2-week limit. Um, I'm not sure how it works when a tenant is displaced from their unit being condemned, and even the housing authority probably should be putting me up, but I'm just trying to get clarification on that, and I don't feel I have. So, I just would appreciate if there's just some more consistency, and help from the Office of Tenant Advocate with me. So that's what I thought I needed to say. And again, this is really hard for me to say because recently Dennis Taylor there has reached out to me, but it was only after I, emailed the council and everybody. I just feel I've been ignored. And if you can't reach out to the Office of Tenant Advocate for help, I just gave up at one point. So anyway, that's what I thought I needed to say, come here and say today. So I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us. Jocelyn Johnson.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak to you today. Before I get into my testimony, I did want to say a couple of things to you. One, I heard your response. I heard you when you were at the hearing responding to the mayor's proposed budget. And I just really wanted to give you a verbal attaboy from me, because I felt like of all the comments that went across the table that day, you had the strongest kind of if you will, comments to help the people, speaking for the folks back home. And I appreciated that. And before I start talking about, I'm actually here to talk about the Office of ANC, if that's okay. But
Absolutely.
but I wanted you to know that I appreciated you referring to, folks going backwards and all that kind of stuff. I just felt like you were spot on, and I wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you. That means a lot to me.
I heard you. and I also saw your statement regarding Initiative 82 from last night. I think it was on my email this morning. And I just had a suggestion on that. I was just wondering if the council had considered perhaps people who have been put in this situation, this weird position that they're going to be put in based on you all putting a pause on things. Is there a way that perhaps maybe the council could make the system help folks that if you can verify that you're one of these people that were in that fall in certain categories, that they are going to be kind of able to get the help, the limited help that you will have in this next year going forward. Maybe there's a way that they can go to the front of the line, because I mean, they're probably like the federal workers that got fired, and they, coming to work one day and the next thing you know, you're fired and your whole world falls apart and you didn't see it coming. Maybe there's something the council can do with that. I just want to suggest that.
We got a lot to learn in these 3 months.
I know, right? Now, what I didn't have a whole lot to say about the Office of ANC, but I did have a suggestion, because I have attended a lot of meetings in Ward 4, Mini Commission on Aging, DACO, different meetings around, across the city for different things. And there's been a lot of times when there has been references made that the ANC they went out and told the people about what was going on and that kind of stuff. And the residents, a lot of times the residents who were represented and present at those meetings clearly stood up and said, no, the ANC did not tell us, the ANC did not talk to us, the ANC has not come to us. I was in a meeting last year and they told Mayor Bowser, and the ANC was sitting right there, and they said they haven't come to us and said anything. I pretty much wanted to speak about that. I was a ANC for 5 minutes, and I get it. I mean, I've been on both sides of the mic, and I'm thinking that maybe one of the things that could happen, if it doesn't already exist, is that there could be some legislation put in the structure for becoming an ANC commissioner that requires that the ANC commissioner is able to go out and tell the people what they need to tell them, coming from the mayor, coming from you all, and then be able to document and give some kind of documentation to prove that they have in fact done that. Because in the way it's going now, most of the time the residents get the short end of the stick. They find out about the bike lanes, or they find out about the so-and-so when it hits. They didn't get an advance notice. The ANC commissioners didn't tell them. And I don't think that speaks for all of the ANC commissioners. There are good ones out that are zealously beating the pavement, telling everybody from here and there, far and low, letting them know what's going on. But there are a whole lot of them that are not telling anybody anything. So maybe if there's a way that you all can get some legislation that says if you want to be a commissioner, you got to know that you're going to have to take the charge, get the message out, and let us know, or let the officers of ANC know that you have done that. Because the ANC, I think the commissioners are your front line. They're the mayor's front line. And if it's working right, especially in the times that we're going to have for the next 3.5 years, you need all the help you all can get.
Yes,
And
we
need
do.
you need it, but it needs to work. And if there's no way to enforce it, there's no way to see that they actually are taking it back and telling the folks back home what's going on, then we're just going to implode. And I think that the team should be strengthened, and that's a good way to do it. So
Yeah,
that's it.
great recommendations. I appreciate that. And let me say two things on the ANC commissioner recommendations.
Okay.
First, and I know you know this, but just for the public, we have oversight. I have oversight over the office of ANC, but not over ANC commissioners because they are duly elected, as I am
Right.
duly elected.
Okay.
And so I just want to I need to remind people that more, because often people want me to do something about specific ANC commissioners, and the people who put them in are the people who need to hold them accountable and, if necessary, take them out. But with respect to the suggestion of ANC commissioners using their positions and their microphones to keep their communities informed about things that are happening from the mayor and the council. I have some thoughts on that, but I've never been an ANC commissioner. But Tyrell Holcomb has been, so I know that's not what you came to testify for. But any thoughts on commissioners?
Well, hopefully the ones you have today are the ones that are really already doing it. So we'll
Yeah.
preach it to the choir.
Well, I have the gray hair to prove that I've been a good commissioner.
Premature gray hair.
Premature for sure. I think there are two pieces that are important, and certainly I see it in my work at Jubilee. We have commissioners who we communicate with often. They send text messages, they send emails, we're connected on social media. I think those are some of the means. I think that I think the Gov delivery dynamic now that allows commissions and commissioners to be able to send text messages and emails through Gov delivery to folks who they have that contact information for. I think there could be a more streamlined way to create those opportunities to engage. And so I don't know if there's like a communications person who could kind of take the helm from an OANC perspective to share out some of that information and things of that sort. I do know that the Gov delivery is the same dynamic that council and the mayor and administration uses to communicate, which is helpful, certainly from a personal and community standpoint that we see. I think that there is also a way to the council could invest in a mailer that could go out to residents because everybody does not use technology. I got berated by an older gentleman who said that I didn't have business cards, so he didn't want to stay in touch with me until I had a business card. And so those are, yeah, I mean, there is still that old school dynamic. When I first became a commissioner, I would take my nephew and my brothers and we would go block to block in the middle of the winter time and pass out over 1,000 flyers. And it was one of the ways that we kept folks engaged early on, pre-COVID, obviously. But I think, some of the old school combined with the new school ways would be helpful.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate that recommendation, Ms. Johnson. I do think it bears some thought as to what, our agency commissioners have their own email lists and ways of staying in touch with residents and gov delivery, as Mr. Holcomb said. There have to be ways for us to keep residents more informed, and that's a challenge that has vexed us as a government and many
And
governments.
if I could say this, I think a lot of people don't recognize, I have constituents early on who didn't recognize that I worked a full-time job outside of being a commissioner. And so I think that there's a misnomer that we do the work and we get paid for the work, especially when you have commissioners who are ingrained in community. And so there were a lot of folks who didn't realize when they wouldn't see me weeks at a time, it wasn't because I wasn't doing things on behalf of the community, it was because I was busy with work. And so I think that there's a dynamic around ensuring community members understand the correlation and understand the value of how commissioners add value from a community perspective, but also recognizing that they wear multiple hats.
I appreciate that. That's a good point in one of my guiding philosophies on ANCs is these are folks who tend to be busy with their own jobs and sometimes families, but they want to serve their communities, and so I see it as the role of the OANC to make that as easy and fluid as possible, so that we have the highest possible caliber of people running for and remaining as ANC commissioners. Tyrell Holcomb, lead up, lead out. What is that program?
Yeah, so it's a program at DC Jail that engages residents or folks who are at the jail in a program that prepares them post being incarcerated. And ironically enough, I had this conversation with my brother who has been talking in a way that I haven't heard him talk since we were teenagers. And one of the ways in which I believe that this transition came was his participation in that program. And so it's really focused on how individuals can be productive members of society when they return home.
I appreciate that. There are some good programs being run out of DC jail.
Absolutely.
Karen Lundrigan, I'm sorry to hear about the way that you feel you've been treated by the Office of the Tenant Advocate. What kind of, well, aside from the 2-week placement, let me start there. So the limit on, is this housing assistance when you have to leave your place of residence? Where you were talking about the 2-week limit?
From what I understand, the Office of Tenant Advocate told me that they can only put me up for 2 weeks. I think part of the response was because there's the federal cuts going on. I'm not really clear though, to be honest with you, but,
Yeah. I think it's the Emergency Housing Assistance Program.
yes, okay. Anyway, I'm not really clear on it, to be honest with you. I asked for an extension and, I didn't think the federal cuts were occurring until July 1st. Anyway, I didn't really feel I got much clarification on that.
All right. Well, I'll ask the agency about that today. I know there are funding
Yes, sir.
constraints and if I recall correctly in my meetings with the director and our hearings, I think they use all of their emergency housing assistance program funding, which would speak to the limit. But I also need to better understand whether they should have flexibility here because, for some things, you may have to move out for 2 weeks or less so that your landlord can repair it, but some things will take
Right.
longer than that. I'll ask about that. I'm also going to ask about constituent responses and follow-ups as well. And I'm sorry to hear about that. But let me ask you, aside from more assistance with emergency housing, temporary emergency housing, what other kind of help have you been looking for that you weren't able to find at the Office of the Tenant Advocate?
Well, for one thing, just getting advice, from the tenant advocate, getting support. I had filed a complaint about my landlord. My landlord's Bizzuto, and numerous issues were going on with them. I wasn't getting assistance with getting any legal advice. I know one thing the Office of Tenant Advocate can do is, they can help you sue, they can refer you to their attorneys or find attorneys for you. I don't feel like I got any really proper support for that before, any proper response. Um, and even other matters, I had questions about, I wasn't clear on as far as tenants' rights and what I can do, because Bazoota's a very powerful landlord with very powerful attorneys, and obviously they know I can't afford an attorney. So
Yeah.
I reached out to the Office of Tenant Advocate for help that I didn't get. I mean, it wasn't until, like I said, until I started emailing you guys that I did get a response from Dennis Taylor there, but it's taken over 3 years when I could have had help 3 years ago. I don't think I would be in this position, but they can help you with, they have attorneys there, and I think I have a really valid case. So that was one of the big issues I had. And, um, just other matters in terms of, what are my rights? And I'm not an attorney or anything. I think that I felt like I didn't get responses about that. Like, what are my options? What can I do? Even with the housing authority, and all the illegalities they've put me through. I just don't feel like I've gotten proper clarity or any proper response from the Office of Tenant Advocate that that's their obligation to do. I don't say that with disrespect, but I haven't received any proper advice as to that.
Oh, and I'm sorry, let me, just so I understand,
Yes, sir.
you did eventually receive, advice, but it took longer than you feel it should have. Is that right?
Well, the advice I received, I didn't feel was very appropriate. We'll put it that way. But what I'm trying to say is right now, after I emailed you guys, Dennis Taylor did respond to me,
Mm-hmm.
and he wants me to send evidence so he can send it to the legal department to see if they can possibly help me. Okay. And also they can refer you to attorneys that can help you, because a lot of these pro bono attorneys that help the low income, Councilman White, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of them don't have the funding to do affirmative action lawsuits. So, to be honest with you. So
Okay.
I really wasn't getting advice. I felt like honestly, some of the advice I was getting, it was very cynical. I just didn't feel like, wow, but as I said, Dennis Taylor is waiting for me to submit some evidence, and he's gonna talk to his legal team. And I know that they're also capable of referring me to attorneys that can help people like me, so,
Okay. Well, we will work through some of this with
yes,
the
sir.
chief tenant advocate, and I, I do want to understand how close or far we are from meeting the need on emergency housing
Yes, sir.
assistance. So
Just
I,
one thing, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't think it's all the fault of the tenant advocate. As you know, I think a lot of this on the housing authority, with the conditions I think they have a responsibility to me that they're really neglecting. So I just want to, I'm not placing all the blame on the Office of Tenant Advocate here.
I understand, and you testified for our housing
Yeah,
authority hearing last week, so I do have the context there and do
yes, sir.
understand. Well, I thank you for being with us again, and for you raising your concerns. I mean, we want to hear from folks what's working well with the agencies, but also what people feel needs improvement, because we all need to be working to improve together. So I appreciate this panel. Thank you all for being with us,
Thanks
and
a
we
lot,
will.
Councilman White.
Thank
Mr.
you.
White, could I ask you one quick question? Before you
Depends. Go ahead.
you said that you brought up the point that the ANC commissioners, they have to be elected like everybody, like you all. And
Yes.
I realized that. But are you saying though there's no way that you could strengthen the legislation that deals with those positions, that maybe something could be tweaked to make
Great,
them
great
more user
question.
friendly?
For them for ANCs to do, I don't know if we could. I mean, I'm sure we could change the legislation. They were created when DC got home rule,
Right.
so part of it is the Home Rule Act. But I'm sure there are things we could do in addition to that. But for them to do what you are suggesting would not likely require legislation, although we could require it, but I'd want to get some feedback before we did. Because if I ran for council and then someone said, well, part of the job of the council is for you to share information the mayor is sharing, or that other council members, I'd say, well, there are other more pressing things I need to do for constituents. And so, yes, we can change the law with respect to what I think is a really good recommendation. Before we require it legally, I would want to get the perspective of ANC commissioners.
I was just thinking that because it's going to be a rough 3.5 years, and we need as many people to help as possible. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, we will turn to our final panel of public witnesses. Taylor Nivelle, who speaks for me. Sinquan Mohammed, Trupti Patel, ANC 2A. Novelle Castellanos.
I'm here
You can begin your testimony. Good to see you.
again.
Okay, exactly. It was like 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah. So good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Taylor Castellanos, formerly Nouvelle. I just got married in April. And I am the founder and executive director of Who Speaks for Me, a community-based nonprofit in Washington, D.C., led by and serving formerly incarcerated women and LGBTQI plus individuals. I'm also a returning citizen, as you know. I'm here today to ask the council to do more than evaluate the budget for the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs. I'm asking you to lead a budget shift, one that better reflects the needs, voices, and proven solutions offered by those of us who've returned home and are doing the work on the ground. While I recognize the intent behind MORCA, the truth is that the office continues to fall short in effectively connecting returning citizens who are women and LGBTQI to real opportunities and real stability. I ask the council to advocate for a portion of MORCA's funding to be set aside as dedicated grant funding for nonprofits led by returning citizens with a track record of delivering impactful services. That funding should be administered by the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, which already has the grant-making infrastructure to distribute funds fairly, transparently, and in a way that ensures accountability and results. Let me tell you what we're already doing without the public funding, so you can imagine what's possible with it. In 2022, we launched Housing for All, our reentry housing initiative that addresses the most urgent and foundational barrier returning citizens face: safe, stable, and dignified housing. The program serves women and LGBTQIA plus people returning home. Over 65% of our participants identify as LGBTQIA, and more than half have served decades in prison. We work directly with property owners, secure apartments in the private market, and cover all housing costs for up to a year. These units are fully furnished with everything needed to make them feel like home. We pay for phones and phone bills, connect clients with SNAP, medical providers, substance use recovery, and mental health support. We teach budgeting, cooking, and help folks plan for long-term stability. We provide digital literacy, and we also provide job readiness and offer ongoing mentorship. We do all this with private funding, foundation funding, and community partnerships, and we do it well. We are trusted by landlords, by clients, and trusted by community partners like Public Defender Services of DC, who refer their clients to us regularly. In fact, we have already housed 3 PDS clients who were released under the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, IRA, people who came home after decades of incarceration with nowhere else to go. We made sure they didn't fall through the cracks. Yet we've never received funding from MORCA, nor has MORCA ever referred a single client to us. Most recently, I learned about MORCA's SHE program, a program under MORCA supposedly designed to serve women who are returning citizens. Despite numerous conversations with Director Lamont Carey during his tenure, where I repeatedly emphasized the importance of building meaningful identity-aware programs for women, he never reached out to Who Speaks for Me to partner. We are one of the few organizations in DC led by a formerly incarcerated woman, and we serve exactly the population MORCA SHE claims to center. That is why I'm asking you to ensure the funding doesn't continue to be distributed through a single gatekeeping office. We need a structure that is transparent, inclusive, and responsive to the full spectrum of returning citizens. Chairperson White, we're not asking you to dismantle the office. We're asking you to build accountability into the budget by ensuring that funding reaches the people and organizations who are close to the work and close to the pain. This city is full of returning citizens who are not just surviving, but leading change. And we need you to help ensure the public dollars follow public need, not bureaucracy. I urge you and your colleagues to support the Housing for All program and to create a dedicated funding stream for returning citizens-led nonprofits who have demonstrated success. That funding should live under the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, and it should prioritize housing stabilization as the most urgent reentry need. We're not asking for a favor. We're asking for a fair shot. We're doing the work. We need the resources to keep going. I thank you for your time and your commitment to real solutions for DC's returning citizens, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being with us. Sinquan Muhammad.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Councilmember White. Fellow
Good
council
afternoon.
members.
Welcome.
My name is Sinquan Umar Muhammad. I'm a community outreach specialist with Dreaming Out Loud, proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and most importantly, a returning citizen myself. I came home to DC in 2023 after serving 30 years under juvenile life sentence. I'm here today not just for myself, but for the thousands of others like me who deserve a second chance and a fair shot. 1 minute, sir. Let me turn my camera. I believe my camera's on. We all know that. Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the mayor's proposal to fold the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, better known as ORCA, and to the executive office of the mayor. This move will strip ORCA of the independence and clarity of mission that our community has come to rely on. ORCA was created by the council in 2007 for a reason: to be a distinct, stable, and politically insulated body that will meet the unique challenges of people coming home from incarceration. Rolling it into the mayor's office undermines that original intent. It opens the door to political shifts that could threaten continuity, funding, and the long-term vision we need for true reentry success. Eliminating ORCA as a standalone agency would not just be a bureaucratic change, it would be a blow to the trust that returning citizens have started to build in local government. Trust is already hard to come by for people who feel abandoned by the system. If this plan moves forward, many will simply stop showing up, stop asking for help, and retreat from the services designed to support them. We're not talking about a small and insignificant group. DC has one of the highest proportions of returning citizens in the nation. Nearly 3,000 people come home here every year from federal prisons scattered across the country. That's why we need a dedicated office with specialized expertise, not a generalistic office with a long to-do list. The data backs this up. Reports from the Council for Court Access and Urban Institute show that reentry efforts are more effective when coordinated by offices that are specifically focused on returning citizens. Without that focused leadership, services fall through the cracks, recidivism rises, and lives are lost to the cycle. As someone who spent decades behind bars myself, I know how hard it is to come home. ORCA helped me to get connected. It helped me believe that someone in the city actually had my back. Taking that away now sends the exact wrong message, Councilman White. I urge the council to reserve ORCA as an independent agency and to invest, not divest, in the future of those who come home. Thank you for your time. Sorry for the little background noise. Thank you for your time and your commitment to justice, sir. You have a great day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us, and no worries on the background noise. Commissioner Trupti Patel, if you would accept promotion, then we can hear from you. I know Commissioner Patel sometimes is at work when she's testifying. All right, if she comes on, we'll let her speak. But let me just start with just a few questions for Taylor and Sinquan. First for Sinquan, I appreciate your testimony, you sharing your experience. I think there's nothing stronger, more powerful for understanding how MORCA works and why we need it than from hearing from folks who have interacted with the office. You mentioned some of what would have been in my questions in terms of what the impact would be. You mentioned something that I think is important, which is trust. Return to citizens I mean, there's got to be a high level of trust before they even going to step in the door, I think. So if we had all the same programs available, but let's say that office was now in another government building or under another government agency, what impact do you think that would have on the number of people that would reach out to connect with Morca for assistance?
Is this for me, Councilmember White?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Muhammad.
Okay, well, first of all, it would be the same. It would be the same impact if you yourself, sir, went to work in Congress and state Congress, right? The thing is you have more of an impact working for DC Council because you deal specifically with local issues, right? If you went to take on something like Eleanor Holmes Norton position, right, you would kind of be relegated to somebody who was like and you know, I don't want to be I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, but like a toothless tiger. You dig what I'm saying? So I say that in regards to if you fold this organization into another organization that already has its set agenda, then what it does is it takes away, right? It takes away because they already have other agencies have a stated agenda already that they work on. So now you want to say, okay, we're gonna take everything that Orca works on and we're going to combine that with what you're already working on. Where now what happens is and this is one thing I really want to stress, right? Imagine somebody, I'm just, you know, I go back to, I'm 47 years old right now. I went to jail at 16 years old. I came out at 45 years old, right? Of course, growing up naturally, I didn't have a lot of trust for authority figures, especially the law enforcement, right? But I watched a friend of mine recently that was doing great work in the community, disarm a youth, right? In front of the DC police, he unarmed a youth that had a firearm. He unarmed this youth, right, in front of the officer. The officer saw this. However, the officer still came to him, took the gun from him, and arrested him for having a gun. So can you imagine the trust now that has been totally diminished, not just by that one individual, but by multiple individuals down to say, what am I out here working with the youth for trying to do good in the community when I disarm one and the police see me disarm it, yet they take it away? And I use that analogy because it's tantamount to folding this organization into another. We have already started having trust in certain areas. And when you fold it into another organization, now we got to work with new people, see new faces. You know, it's a difficult thing to do. I don't know if you could understand it, but coming from somebody like me that did 30 years of incarceration, Councilmember White, you know, I just think that it would be a disadvantage. It wouldn't be advantageous for the organization as a whole because we have a lot of returning citizens, and a lot of returning citizens are doing great things.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, man. Thank God I don't understand it personally, but I hear you, and I'm grateful that you're here to speak to that experience and insights. Let me ask Ms. Castellanos. First of all,
Chairperson White, you can just call me Taylor, and it's Castellanos, but you can just call me Taylor.
Castellanos. There we go.
You can just call me
Taylor, I appreciate the work that you've been doing. You mentioned that you've never received funding from Morca. Is there funding Morca has that you think you should be able to have access to, or is the funding not there?
You know, I don't believe the funding is there, but I also don't believe that if the funding was there, women and LGBTQIA plus people would be receiving that funding. I think that's, you know, that's why I'm advocating for a shift in
Yeah.
the way the funds are allotted.
So, okay. You know, one of the things that I think the administration is looking at is how to coordinate better. So I agree. I've been hearing for some years now that Morca needs to focus more on women returning citizens. And we do hear from time to time that there needs to be more focus specifically on LGBTQ returning citizens. and maybe we start to get better at accomplishing some of this by having these agencies work in better collaboration. There's the Office of Women Policy Affairs, and then there's the Office of LGBTQ Affairs. There may be some opportunities there, but your testimony, along with the testimony from Gabby Smith, is suggesting that there is a desire for more, well, maybe not direct funding from Worker for you, because your position is you probably wouldn't get it. But there needs to be funding. I guess you're saying specifically for women returning citizens. Is that right? Or where would you see the funding? Where do you think given the mission of your organization, where would that funding most likely come from?
So I think under the Office of Victim Service and Justice Grants, because they're already administering grants for returning citizens, we haven't received any. We really haven't applied, just for various reasons. We're just now getting ourselves positioned to apply for government funding. It's a very weighty process. And to date, for 5 years, we've been funded by private foundations. So I think OVSJ, that is such an acronym, Office of Victim Service and Justice Grants, OVSJG, would be the place to house it. And it's not it's not just funding for women and LGBTQIA who are returning citizens. It's also funding nonprofits that are run by returning citizens. So you hear the Jubilee Housing, and that's its own set of things. But you hear from these other organizations, and they're not run by returning citizens. I'm not saying they don't have a place, but we have to start prioritizing returning citizens who are leading and actually having an impact. I mean, we house people, we connect people with getting their IDs. We do so much of what Morca is doing and what Jubilee is doing with so much less money. We are out here in the community doing it. And it's I hear you that you've heard over the years that women have been left out, but we've just been not just left out, we've been ignored. We have been completely, we're zeroed out, which is what it is. And to date, every time I have gone to Morca for anything, from the time I came home in 2015 up until meeting with Vermont Carey not too long, like a year or so ago, nothing, like absolutely no assistance and no recognizing the importance of having staff that are trauma informed and trained in their own isms and how are they making it all inclusive. If we're going to make change, and work is going to really serve this community, radical inclusivity. And you'll notice today on this panel, you haven't heard from any women returning citizens. And that speaks volumes. You have not heard from any queer people. That speaks volumes. And I am always the person showing up. And quite frankly, it's gotten very lonely and disheartening.
Help me square something, because you've offered a fair criticism before, that you haven't gotten funding, despite providing a critical service. But I'm hearing you say, I think for the first time, that you've not applied for funding from DC government. Is that right?
Right. So 2 years ago, the LGBTQ Budget Coalition advocated with your office and a couple other offices to get put into the budget funding for returning citizens housing. And specifically, I was the organization they were working with to get this done. Now, they had a list of priorities, and housing was one of the priorities, and it never made it into the budget for the mayor. So for me, there was no reason to move forward with it. Also, we had a very small staff. We are now positioned that we can apply for that funding. But again, I will say I'm not hopeful because I mean it's no secret that the same organizations get all the funding in DC. It is very hard to be a newcomer. That's why I said it would be nice if funding was dedicated for returning citizens who are leading. That there would be staff to help walk. Not everybody can navigate government funding. I mean, like me and my development person found it very daunting a couple years ago when we went to apply. And again, now we're more equipped to do that. But if we know the funding is dedicated for returning citizens who are leading and leading with evidence, leading, they have their 501c3 status, they have their budget, they have their financials in place, they've gotten their 990s, like actually established and doing the work, it would make a huge difference. So I'm just saying, like, why can't we have some of that funding that's already there or that's earmarked for Morca go into the OVSJG for the work they're doing with returning citizens, make sure the funding is set aside targeting organizations that are run by returning citizens. Does that make sense?
It does. Two things I would say, and I'll get your comments on it. Morca doesn't provide most of its services. They do a lot of referrals. But to your broader point, so I'm the chair who has jurisdiction over the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs. And if Morca says to me, hey, Chairman, we have an organization that's housed by someone who is not a returning citizen that can house 30 returning citizens for $300,000, and one that is run by a returning citizen that can house 15 for returning citizens for $300,000. Which one should we choose? Well, if the mission is housing returning citizen, I'm going to say choose the one that can house the most returning citizens. Conversely, if the mission was how do we help develop organizations run by marginalized populations, my answer would be a little bit different. So I guess I'm challenging you a bit on the notion of not supporting organizations run by LGBTQ people or returning citizens. It's like if the issue is housing, we've got to shouldn't we select the entity that can house the most people for the least amount of money?
So I think you're misunderstanding me that I'm saying that we should not house organizations that are not run by people with lived experience. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that it is important to set aside funding to make sure those who are leading in this space can do it and do it well. Now, we're talking quantity and quality here too, I believe, right? So if you actually could reach out to the women who've gone through Jubilee's housing, and I'm one of them, if you actually talk to some queer people who wanted to go into that program but didn't feel safe, you'd find out that the people, and also let me just back up a little bit. So we had the funding to house the same number of people as Jubilee Housing did in a group setting. And we did it in individual apartments. And that's because we don't have the overhead. We're not top heavy, right? So we did that by actually going out and meeting with landlords and things like that. So we actually conserve if we have the 300,000. When we first did this, when we first got funded, we got $450,000. So we provided it for the same number of people in their own places. The other thing when I say quantity and quality is that too often housing for returning citizens replicates carceral spaces. So just because someone is housing us doesn't mean we want to be housed there, but we're relegated there. When I was at Jubilee Housing, and there was another reentry program I was in that's no longer around, they drug tested us. I don't have substance use disorder, but that's the job of our probation officers. They gave us a curfew. We're grown people, did time in prison, couldn't have visitors. Our program is completely different. It is a groundbreaking way of approaching reentry so that people have autonomy and are treated with dignity. There's nothing like being in a house where constantly staff is reminding you that you were incarcerated. None of us need to be required of that. We lay our head down on pillows and the dreams come to us. What I'm saying is that we need to think about the quality of housing and have checks and balances on that and make sure anybody that's providing housing for returning citizens are trained in trauma and understand what trauma informed means. I think that's the piece that's missing what I'm trying to convey. But by no means do I say remove the funding that's already there. But I do say there should be some checks and balances. I do say that all that glitters is not gold. That's what I'll say. And I think there's room for those organizations that are not led by people with lived experience to partner with us to understand what actually is needed to help us heal and be productive members of our community.
I appreciate that clarification, and it makes sense to me. I guess the last thing I'll say that I'm struggling with, because I think your points I get and generally agree with, but the conclusion that you're not getting money from DC agencies when you haven't applied for them is still a tough one. So how do you think we could help here?
Well, you could make the process easier. and actually have people who reach out to us. So I'm on their alert system and things like that. And every time we sit down, so there's no funding right now for OBSJG. We did get, let me just say something. The Mayor's Office on LGBTQ Affairs has done more for Who Speaks for Me than any other entity in that they've worked with our clients. We have a client, Mary, we tell her story a lot and it's on our website. She did 33 years. When she came home, the programs that were out there for job readiness and things, they told her she was too old. She was 55, which of course that's illegal and ageism, but doesn't matter. Mary is now 65, almost 66. And we began housing her and she was our first client. After we held our press conference, Japer from the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs came to us and said, we know you're housing Mary and you're providing things and you say she's going to be your permanent client. And I was like, yes. And they're like, well, we'd like to help offset some of that burden and offer her a housing voucher, which is what they did. That was extremely vital to us, especially because Mary had gotten no help from the Morca. And at the time, Morca had vouchers, and we didn't even know. So the onus is on me for not applying for funds when they come up. But I'll also say that I am a person who reads the room well, and it's pointless to apply for something when you know the cards are stacked against you because you're the person that shows up and says this is the issue. And that is another reason why I say if the funding was set aside so Diverse City Fund did this. Our first funder, Office of the Open Society Foundation, funneled money to them because they wanted to come to Who Speaks for Me.
Let me pause you. Let me pause you. I do think I have your broader point. And so I'll need to think about what it looks like to make the funding easier to access.
Yes.
Because I do take your point. Like the folks who've been doing this a while, they know the people, they know how the system works. They're moving and grooving. But if you have a new good thing, but you're not plugged in, sometimes you're outside looking in. So I do understand what you're saying.
Thank you. Thank you
I
for
will be
understanding that. Thank
looking
you.
at that. So I want to thank you very much for your testimony. Was helpful, and Sinquan Muhammad, just with lived experience and sharing your experience and knowledge and wisdom with us. Thank you as well. I want to thank all of our public witnesses for being with us today and those who have showed up to our previous budget hearing. I'm going to now turn to our government witnesses. As I said earlier, I'm going to start with Director Carey and the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. So I will ask Director Carey to join us. And before you all sit down and get comfortable, we swear in our government witnesses. I don't know. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. Director Carey, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, esteemed members of the committee, and dedicated staff. My name is Lamont Carey, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. I am honored to present testimony today regarding Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2026 budget. Grow DC, a bold, proactive growth agenda to generate new economic activity, creating new jobs for DC residents, and increase revenue to support city services and programs. I am proud to represent an office committed to supporting individuals re-entering society following incarceration. Thanks to the visionary leadership of Mayor Bowser and diligent efforts of the council and the District of Columbia stands as a beacon of progression, offering unparalleled opportunities for individuals to rebuild their lives, strengthen their families, and positively impact our community.
MOCA proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year is strategically designed to advance the mayor's vision and MOCA's core mission of eliminating barriers for returning citizens and fostering greater pathways to the middle class. In FY26, MOCA's current budget chapter will move under the Executive Office of the Mayor, Chapter AA0, to streamline administrative operations and improve coordination with other community partnerships offices and EOM. The Community Partnerships Team in the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs, MOCA, establishes relationships with residents, stakeholders, and community organizations to engage in activities at the community level. As MOCA already does, this renovation aims to enhance efficiency and resource allocation without compromising the MOCA's unique role in creating and supporting second chance opportunities for residents. Plainly said, there are no proposed changes to MOCA's operating, staffing footprint, skill building programs, case management, outreach, and constituent services. The proposed FY26 budget fully funds MOCA at current levels. MOCA will continue to strategically and intentionally foster relationships with all stakeholders to address the needs of returning citizens. These partnerships will include employers, nonprofits, government agencies to address the needs and goals of returning citizens. We will continue the partnerships with government agencies like DC Public Library to provide in-house job readiness and skill-based trainings. In FY26, MOCA will work closely with the Workforce Investment Council, WIC, to identify trends in the labor market while pairing returning citizens with apprenticeship programs that assist with building the needed skill set. Another program that will continue is the MOCA Georgetown Paralegal Program, which has proven to be instrumental in empowering returning citizens. The sixth cohort started on March the 31st and comprises of 14 enthusiastic individuals eager to embark on their transformative journey. Program graduates not only attain a paralegal credential, but will also have the opportunity to interview for fellowship positions within reputable law firms, ultimately paving the way for employment as paralegals within prestigious organizations. In FY26, we eagerly predict welcoming the seventh cohort of returning citizens into the program, each poised to embark on their own journey towards becoming skilled paralegals and valuable contributors to our community. Another hallmark, a MOCA hallmark, the Access to Job program will continue in FY26. As you are aware, the program provides grants to subsidize up to 2 years of salary. Our objective is to encourage more employers to hire returning citizens and experience the unlimited value they add to any company. In addition, the goal is to empower returning citizens by creating a pathway for them to become gainfully employed, rebuild their lives, reduce recidivism rates, and foster economic stability. Another program that will continue in FY26 is the Smart Strip distribution to help returning citizens access transportation resources essential for reintegration. As you are aware, this program provides individuals with Smart Trip cards to use on metro rails and buses to reduce barriers to employment, housing, and other critical services, thereby supporting successful reentry of formerly incarcerated individuals into the community. MOCA will continue Federal Bureau of Prisons institution trips during FY26. This year, we have received approval to visit 3 federal institutions in collaboration with our community partners. In FY26 objective is to secure a minimum of 3 additional trips before the conclusion of our fiscal year, with ambitious plans to expand our efforts in the next one by organizing at least 8 trips to FBOP facilities. These trips will encompass 2 key initiatives: family reunification trips and resource fairs. Family reunification trips entail transporting individuals, serving time, their loved ones to visit them at the facility, while resource trips take government and community partners directly into the institutions to engage with DC residents and inform them of the available resources. By facilitating these trips, we aim to strengthen family bonds,
provide essential resources, and foster community connections for incarcerated individuals preparing for reentry into society. As we have since the office conception, with the renewed emphasis on my tenure as director, MORCA remains committed to addressing and removing barriers for returning citizens by partnerships to address diverse needs of individuals at different stages of their reintegration journey. Whether they have recently returned home, have been reintegrated for several years, or have faced ongoing challenge despite decades of freedom. MORCA is committed to providing comprehensive support. While there is ongoing work to be done, the dedication of Mayor Muriel Bowser's administration remains unwavering in its commitment to supporting the successful reintegration of returning citizens. I want to close by thanking my dedicated staff who work every day to help lead Second Chance movement in DC through case management, outreach, workforce development, peer navigation, and being present in our office at 2100 MLK daily. I thank the members of the Commission on Reentry and Return to Citizen Affairs for their advocacy and commitment. I also invite anyone who might be interested in contacting our office to do so by calling us at 202-715-7670 or emailing us at orca@dc.gov or by visiting us online at communityaffairs.gov. As a point of information, the hearing on the budget of Executive Office of Mayor, the budget chapter where MORCA will appear in FY26 is being held this Friday, June the 6th, by the Committee on Executive Administrative Labor. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony. And again, thank you all for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Director. I don't think you did this at the beginning of the testimony. If you did, I apologize. Can you introduce who's with you?
My apologies.
No problem. I usually say that as well.
So on my immediate left is our AFO, Anthony Norman. And on my immediate right is Ms. Sylvie Munger, MORCA's Workforce Development Supervisor. And then to her right is Ms. Marcia Davis, MORCA's Case Manager, Supervisor, and also present that may be called up is my Director of Operations, Jordan Said, and Kahar from the AFO office as well.
Excellent. I appreciate it. You know, and I think a lot of folks know, this agency is near and dear to me. When I got to the council 9 years ago, there were only 4 FTEs in this agency. So everybody who worked in the agency could fit at the table right there.
Right.
Even before I had a committee, I was working to get more staff. So we've done a lot of work together over the years. So when I saw the mayor's budget proposal, it caused me some anxiety. And we heard some of that from folks today. What I'm hearing in your testimony, Director, is that there are going to be no cuts to the agency. And so, effectively, are you suggesting that people will not see the difference in MORCA in the next fiscal year?
Yeah, so what I will say from my time as Director of MORCA and every hearing that I have been in before you, the public may have not seen it front facing, but I have always been a part of the Executive Office of the Mayor, which encompass the public safety and justice, right? Mm-hmm. So I have one-on-ones with public safety and justice. I have one-on-ones with the Executive Office of the Mayor. And so that is what the general public don't see from behind the scenes. But in terms of moving into FY26, MORCA location will not change. Okay. MORCA staff will not change. The paralegal program will still be funded. The Access to Job program will still be funded. The Smart Trip program will still be funded. The prison trips will, so the services that MORCA traditionally do from our agency will still be intact, including the new addition of us, where we have fiscal year have done the CDL program that we directly funded.
Okay. That is good news for me and for a lot of folks who appreciate and respect the work of the agency. Let me then get clear just on a couple budget aspects. It looks like there is a couple financial movements that I'm not clear about. One is $597,747 transferred to the EOM. Which I think that's programming. Do you know what's the shift that's happening there?
Yes.
Go ahead. You bring
Yes, yes, sir. So the 597 represents the parallel program and also the smart trips. Again, the parallel program is roughly $497,000. Smart trip is going to be roughly $110,000.
I'm sorry. This is all from the Smart Trip program?
No, sir.
No, sir. Again, the 597 you mentioned is 597, 747.
Yes.
The part of it's going to be parallel program.
Got it.
First time parallel.
Okay.
That's going to be roughly 497.
Okay.
Then the other part of it's going to be for smart trip.
There we go. Okay.
110,
Okay.
747.
Okay. So programs will still exist, but that funding is shifting somewhere else in the budget.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Then there is what looks to be a programmatic cut of $371,772.
Again, that portion is, as the chapter mentions, that's what you're mentioning. That is going to be also part of AA0 as well.
That's going to be what? I'm sorry.
Part of the Office of the Mayor.
Okay, so
AA0.
Yes.
Can somebody from your team, it doesn't have to happen right now, but walk my team through where that funding is going? Because it looks like a cut on our end. So the 597, 747, that looks like a transfer, but the 371 looks like a cut.
So in more detail, again, as I mentioned in my testimony, that Chief of Staff Lindsey Parker will give the specifics on how this funding is positioned and where the actual categories that funding will come from Morka.
Okay. We will, all right, we'll follow up with you all and with Lindsey Parker, the mayor's chief of staff. Happy to hear about the Georgetown paralegal program continuing. It's just been a really impressive program. On that though, a lot of I hear from a number of the participants who have graduated from the program. They're doing their work in an agency or organization for the time that the government is supplementing their funding. But then they're really frantically looking for permanent employment. Do you have any thoughts on how we can better help folks at the end of this program remain in or find other gainful employment along the lines of what they are really working hard to do?
Yes, Morka has been intentional in how we support this amazing program. So bi-weekly, my team goes to the on-site where the classes are taking place at to see what the needs are of individual participants so that we can try to support them while they're in the program. And we are also intentionally those that are nearing graduation where we are finding out that they haven't secured employment. They are informed by my team as well as Georgetown to come back to Morka so that we can start seeing what opportunities that we may be looking at, whether internally or externally, that we can connect them to. And so that has been our goal, like based off of if they don't get the fellowship, how can we support them in securing other employment? And so because we because we don't have like employers that say, there's an opening that Miss Sylvia and her team has to see what opportunities exist out there and try to match them based off what the graduates say that they would like to do. And so in terms of some of the things that we have done in this fiscal year, there were some great participants that graduated that we even brought on to our team. And I know that you have as well. And so we're having conversations internally with DCHR, trying to figure out how we can also create more opportunities for paralegal graduates within DC government.
Okay. But that's something we need to continue to work on because these are folks who have graduated from a rigorous program. DC government has invested a lot in them. They are really serving as examples of what's possible. But I think just that one additional step we got to help them to,
Right.
which is the unsubsidized employment. So let's work together to continue to improve there, because I know that's a program that we are collectively proud of.
Yes.
All right, I'm out of time for my first round. Let me turn to Councilmember Wendell Felder for a 10-minute round.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Director and members of your senior leadership team, thank you for being here. Chairman White asked some of my budget questions, but I'll try to chime in with some fellow ones. Within your FY 2026 budget, I saw that there will be a $1.8 million in transfer personnel services and 19 FTEs. Could you explain how this will be integrated into existing EOM operations without any disruption to services?
So that 1.8 is PS.
All right.
That covers the 19 FTEs.
Okay. Could you talk about what metrics will EOM use to evaluate the effectiveness of formally integrating MORCA programs post your transition within EOM?
So the metrics on, so that's so let me make sure I'm correct. So how our programs are currently evaluated is internal. One of the things that we have been doing, I mean, since I even been a part of the mayor's team of overseeing MORCA, is that my team tracks every engagement that they have with clients. And so that kind of shapes how we evaluate if MORCA is being effective in servicing our clients. And the other thing that we are making an investment in is a data system that helps us to easily track this information even more. And so where we sit now, we still have to give an assessment of the work that we have been doing even before this transfers over into Executive Office of the Mayor.
Thank you.
Can I ask as well?
Yes, absolutely.
As well as we implemented their system of evaluating the staff, how they're improving the skills and how we were effective responding to the client's expectations as well.
Thank you. And Director, you talked about data. How many Ward 7 returning citizens are currently enrolled in MORCA's supported programs? And how will their services be preserved under the EOM?
So do we have how many Ward 7?
Would you please start the question?
You want to repeat the question?
Yeah.
I said, how many Ward 7 returning citizens are currently enrolled in MORCA supported services? And how will their services be preserved under the EOM?
So we may have to get back to you on the number of Ward 7 residents that we have, because I don't think we didn't break it down into specific wards, but how will it be preserved? There will be no change.
Okay. Are there any returning citizen-specific grants, housing support, or workforce training programs at risk due to the consolidation?
At risk, no.
Given that Ward 7 is one of the wards with the highest population of returning citizens, how do you distinguish between citywide and neighborhood target initiatives?
So several ways. So specific neighborhoods. So my team is parts of my team is outreach and peer navigation. And so when a client comes into the agency and we case managers do an assessment to determine one, that they are returning citizens, that they are DC resident, and we try to based off of the needs that they have and the things that my team has experienced, that the needs that they may not mention. That is how one of the ways that we targeted what service providers that we send them to. But we don't limit individuals to just service providers that are positioned in Ward 7, because Ward 7 may not have meet a specific need that an individual may have, but it may exist in Ward 5, right? And so our overall goal is to do an assessment of the individual and figure out how do we best meet that needs, and not just strictly on location, but we are targeting by engaging community organizations in those wards and individuals in those wards to try to get have MORCA more visible, or the awareness of MORCA more known inside of Ward 7 as well as other wards.
Got you. Could you speak to how returning citizens will be informed about where to access support once MORCA is officially merged into the EOM?
Nothing changes.
Okay. How will funding for Ward 7 nonprofits and reentry programs be sustained or expanded in your FY 2026 budget?
So MORCA has one grant that we provide for called Access to Jobs, where it's subsidized employment for returning citizens. That will not change.
Okay.
Right? And anyone can apply to it, whether you're in Ward 7 or across the district can apply to access these funds.
Copy. I know my council colleague talked about, and I came in on the tail end, but could you speak to how the 848 million in subsidies and grants from the FY 2025 budget be preserved, restructured, or relocated?
840 million, we say?
No, 848,000. Be reallocated under the EOM merger.
So you said the 1,800,000?
Yes, so
that is, again, that is PS, right? And it covers staff. And so all of that carries over. Nothing changes in how MORCA, in terms of the funding. That funding still will support 19 FTEs with no furloughs and no cuts.
Got you. And you mentioned PS. I'm gonna go to MPS. Within your FY 2026 proposed budget, it states that there will be 370,000 reduction in non-personnel funds due to a decrease in contractual services. What contracts are being eliminated, and will this affect any Ward 7 residents?
So there is no cuts from our budget, and even though that it's moving over to Executive Office of the Mayor, AA 0, the Chief of Staff Parker will speak to that in the Friday's hearing, where she will speak specific to each budget line items and how what appears to be a reduction in our budget is somewhere else.
Okay. what accountability mechanisms will be ensured that return of citizens' needs are prioritized under the EOM's broader mandate?
So again, nothing changes in terms of how Morca physically operates. So the same service that an individual coming into Morca will receive today, they're going to receive those same services October 1 at the same location, unless we're doing outreach or position at another event or agency for amount of hours. Everything remains the same.
And Director, I ask every director this question. We know in this fiscal climate, we got to make tough decisions as a government. So my question to you is, based on your proposed budget for FY 2026, would you say that there's enough adequate funds to continue to provide support for returning citizens? And is there any programs going into FY 2026 that you're proud of, or you want to make sure that those initiatives get the support that they need to really provide the support to this population?
Yes, so several.
Okay.
The paralegal program, we are extremely proud of,
Mhm.
because you can see numerous of those graduates working and thriving inside of DC government, as well as in the nonprofit sector, and as entrepreneurs. The peer navigator program that was started during the pandemic, it went from a pilot program into our local budget. And so that is how we have now 19 FTEs. So we're extremely proud of the individuals that it has given them the opportunity to have a full-time job, be appointed officials inside of DC government, and our access to jobs grant. It is a grant that is people becoming more and more aware of and finding out how to take the advantage of, and that we offer it to everyone. So we are proud of that. But there are some other programs that we have that are not directly funded, connected, but through partnerships. We have what is called the Morca Meet and Greet that we launched in FY 25, where we bring partners that we are already working with into the same room, as well as individuals organizations that are interested in partnering with us into the same room, not only so that we can continue to strengthen our relationship with them, but that they can start the networking, provide services to our population, and supporting each other initiatives. Then we also have the Morca She, the Morca Female Boss, all of these initiatives that are focused on empowering returning citizen women to be more mentally conscious and connected, to be those that have entrepreneurial ideas, connect them to the resources. And then our collaboration with DSLBD, the We Aspire program, the Build the Dream program, our collaboration with Department of Employment Service, DSB, is countless programs that we are proud of. But most importantly, I would say I'm proud of the team that I have that is evolving, that is growing, that's coming with their own expertise and new ways of how we can better serve our population. But in general, man, I'm just ecstatic about the returning citizen population that's coming home with this hope of transforming their lives, and us being able to be that bridge to help them accomplish that.
I appreciate that, Director. My final question, and Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you giving me some extra time. When you look at public safety, the ecosystem, and the needed support for our returning citizens, could you speak to the relationship that your office has with the Ready Center, the One's Pathways program, and violence interrupters?
So the Ready Center, we do referrals almost on a daily basis to the Ready Center. And while I'm looking, I can probably pull up the numbers to give you the referral numbers for this fiscal year up to date. And in terms of violence interrupters, many of the violence interrupters are returning citizens. And so we have supported many of them when they first came home. We've also referred returning citizens to employment opportunities within the violence interrupters. And the last thing that we did, we collaborated with Serve DC to ensure that violence interrupters, credible messages, safe passes, and things of those nature are trained in CPR and trained and certified in how to stop the bleeding because they have that close encounter engagement with the community. So those are some of the things that we have done. And for the Ready Center, to date, we referred 376 individuals to the Ready Center.
Well, again, thank you, Director. I appreciate the work that you and members of your senior leadership team do and staff members who aren't here to make sure that returning citizens in the district have the support that they need. So with that, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Felder, thank you so much, and I'm glad you're with us. Director, let me go into some questions around workforce and workforce programs. For fiscal year 25, which we're in now, Amala Lives, the National Reentry Network, and the Consortium for Sustainable Workforce received some of the Access to Jobs grant funding. What jobs have returning citizens gotten with these grants?
I'll turn to Ms. Sylvie Munger.
Thank you for the question. I believe that this is going to be, this is the second year that you're receiving our subsidy from MOCA. So the first year we had two people. One was a coordinator of the program, a culinary program. And currently he's going to graduate from this program. And we had a site visit last time and they promised us that he's going to be permanent for the jobs. So we can see how we grow from the beginning of the program, getting more skills. As a coordinator, started like a regular employee. Now he's becoming more responsible in the program while he's handling and coordinating on the culinary programs. As well as there's another one that's in charge of the program that just started, the program that related to the small businesses. They're trying to expose women to the businesses, how they can create businesses and as well as create jobs for other people. That's for our Mother Lives. We have as well a national reentry that have currently they have 4 employees and they're trying to hire 2 more who are coming in. That they were mostly or all of them that are outreach specialists, so they connect the community with the resources that they need and to support them in the pathway as a returning citizen. So you can see how really they're very impactful to the program that National Reentry is implementing in the community on the World One. CSW, they have, currently they have one who's gonna graduate this year as well. He started as a regular staff. He previously has a responsibility in the green infrastructure, which is more focused on landscaping. But now he's in the responsibility of not just organizing the new program they are putting together of training people, give them more skills in landscaping so they can be able to really be ready for the like a green infrastructure jobs, like a construction jobs, maintenance, or other related jobs that help them to really to address the green infrastructures as a requirement, has a construction and the maintenance, as I said. So you can see how real the program is helping the organization to save not only money, but as well as to really grow in the system as we're trying to have our trying to become more independent and more stable.
For Amala Lives, they have someone in culinary in the field or in a training program. They're working or they're in their training program.
Yeah, they're still working on the training program
They're in
currently.
a training program. Okay, and the other is business training. So these folks are in. The grant is funding employment or training programs for future employment?
No, we support the 40% for the first year. Currently, we are supporting, one is 80% of the minimum wages, and two is 40% of the minimum wages. So the grant is just to cover the salary. We subsidize only the 40% and 80% or $70.5 an hour. But they cover more than that, which is good with our partner, because for one who's receiving $18.5 an hour, and others two, they are receiving $17.5 an hour.
That's where I'm confused. I thought access to jobs subsidized salaries, but would you explain to me where training programs that people are in?
We don't cover training. We cover only salary, as I stated before.
So the person in the culinary, they're working or they're in training?
He's working. He's
Okay.
responsible.
And then you said they have somebody else or others who are doing business training?
Both they're working. They are no beneficiary. They're working in the programs.
They're working. They are not in training programs.
They're not in the training program, but they are responsible for the program within Amala Lives.
So one she mentioned was a coordinator of the program, and the other one was
Just in the charge of the business of women in business that they just started.
in charge of the business program that they just started.
Okay. And so National Reentry Network has employed folks, is employing folks as outreach specialists.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a sense of whether these folks will be able to stay with National Reentry Network after the subsidy expires?
According to the last assessment that we had when we went to the site visit, we can see how they're working hard for them to find the fund for them to stay within the company. But as you know, the budget, I think, is still affecting all the agencies in the company, but that's the aim for the company, to keep them on board after the 2 years.
Okay. And then for the consortium of sustainable workforce, there's somebody who is working in landscape, not in a training program, but they're working in the field.
Yeah, he started from there, but now he has already promoted.
Okay.
Now he's leading another programs within the CSW.
Okay. And how would you, how successful are you having folks who finish the Access to Jobs program, the subsidized part, remain in the roles or get into other paid roles?
This is the second ones, and you can tell from I know the experience of the National Reentry when they started the first one, the group, they had a very good experience starting from that program. They did not go to the second year because they have a good job, so they have to refer them to they promoted the wages, which is the goal. For others, you can see how they are moving. They are getting promoted because of the training that they're gaining. The program has access to job, just keep them on board, but as well as to equip them with new skills, and which is our partner doing, and they're going to promote some skills promotion, to provide more opportunity for them to have more skills and become more responsible.
Right. So if I could piggyback, so it hasn't. This is really the second year for some of them in the phases, and so we haven't been able to see what happens on the third year. But we do know, because this funding covers percentages of minimum wage, and so the challenge is going to be, which is a good thing, but also may be challenging for some employers at times, that if I get an opportunity to make more, then more than likely I'm going to go to make more, right? Yeah. And so with the value in this program, one that is set up to position the employer not to take such a great risk or hit in the beginning, but be able to pick up and bring them on as full-time employees. But as you know, our population is coming home and looking to put their lives back in order. And so they're looking for opportunities while they are working at times that creates a better economical standing for them. And so we don't shy away from that. We
Yeah.
just recognize from doing this that could be one of the challenges.
Okay. I mean, it's easier to find a job when you have a job. But we will want to figure out how to assess as time goes on, the success of the information. And it doesn't need to be whether or not people stay in the whole time, just be the percentage of people who get full-time employment, whether it's at the end or in the middle.
Right.
But let's work together on that, because we'll want to, as time goes on, just understand what the data is saying in terms of how successful a program is. Now, Morca also has an MOU with the Department of Employment Services. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How is that going?
So that is a part of the paralegal.
Okay.
Yeah, that is part of the paralegal.
Okay. Okay. MOU with the Federal Bureau of Prisons.
So it's probably been 3 months. The individual that was walking us through that process had last informed us that it was waiting for signatures. Recently and received the email that they were leaving. And there was no one that they turned us over to. And so now we're trying to track down who did the individual, because I didn't have like personal numbers, who the individual gave that to, and so we could try to pick back up for where it left off at. But we're gonna get it. I know we've been trying, we're getting close, but we gonna get it.
All right, we'll keep working on it. I mean, it's a tricky one, and just for folks to have the full context, this is been trying to do this in Republican and Democratic administrations, and it's been frustratingly difficult. But it is something we've got to figure out.
Right.
Okay. Well, that'll be something else I follow up with Lindsay Parker on, because I think the mayor's going to have to work it into her talking points when she's talking to the administration. At least I think. So let's keep working to get that. I know that you all are working on it. And we got to get over the finish line. So I'll look for any way to be helpful that I can be. Another thing that's lingering longer than I would like is the needs assessment on children of incarcerated parents. I feel like UDC was showing up to hearings saying we're almost there, but I don't think it's gotten done yet. Where are things with that?
So they're at the final report stage. So before this fiscal year is out, we definitely will have it.
Excellent. Okay. Children going to be adults by then. I'm looking forward to it. It will be helpful. On the couple questions on the Commission on Reentry and Return to Citizens Affairs. Do you know, Director, how they work on strengthening ban the boxes coming?
So as you know, that the commission for the most part is almost a new commission.
Mm-hmm.
And the commission did pick up the different focus areas on that the last commission was focused on: housing, ban the box, violence. And so one of the things that the commission has been successful on in collaboration with us is that we did a roundtable in Ward 7 at Deanwood to try to gauge the community on housing.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I have to report back to you where they're looking at in terms of ban the box. But I do know that it's something that we all want to be able to strengthen because even though ban the box is in existence, it's still at times be a barrier later on.
So, okay, yeah, we got to get the commission rolling again, because I feel like we keep having starts and stops.
So one of the things I would say, this new commission is passionate. At least one of them is everywhere that they can be, they are there. And so very engaged, and they thinking more critical and long term. And so I think from my experience, since being in this position, this is the most excited that I've seen commissioners, and it's a small group, but they're still eager to get things going and change and create opportunities for returning citizens. So I have high hopes.
So I'm making notes to myself on things I need to follow with the commission on. Do you know how many vacancies there are?
So currently, I believe there are 5 commissioners. Unfortunately, the chairman was also a reverend over one church, and he just got a promotion within the church to like oversee 186 churches, and it caused him to move out of state. And so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I can't, like, that's God. I can't say nothing.
And so that will leave us, I believe, I think nine vacancies.
Okay. Okay. All right, then that's something else we got to follow up with Lindsay Parker on, and the Office of Talent and Appointments. Because if there's excitement and energy, I don't want that to wane.
So let me also say this. With this group, with this small group, right? The excitement is there, and the conversations has been, let's get something going before we have too many people and it's all over the place.
Okay.
We even have ex officios starting to show up and participate. And so I say, give us some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. What barriers do you see for that returning citizens are still facing, that you think MORC is best positioned to address, but might be limited because of funding?
So one of the biggest barriers that has nothing really to do with funding is fear. We're realizing that a lot of our population go to prison as juveniles or very young adults that had never had to navigate life on their own.
Yeah.
And so coming into an agency, one, it's a huge step for our population to come into MORCA where it's not mandatory, even though some judges I'm hearing now and some POs are making it mandatory for them, but technically it's not. And so for them to take that initial step to even come into the agency is saying that I can't do this alone. But we also know that at times they run into either not fully understanding all of the needs or the barriers that exist. And that's why it's such a major plus that the team that we have that have those lived experiences or family members can ask them about things that they should be mentioning, but they're not mentioning. And we have been able to create relationships with like more mental health providers, because the other thing that we're seeing an uptick in when individuals come into MORCA I don't know if it's always diagnosed, but we're recognizing mental health challenges for members of our population. And so we're in conversations with a mental health provider that looking to come in and do like support groups for those hard to help individuals. And in terms of, we've been, I think, blessed in a way or fortunate in a way that most of the needs that our population that we discovered that there's a need or want, there is an agency or organization that can help meet that need. But outside of MORCA, some of the challenges that some of the agencies may run into is their mission may change, right? And that may depend on sometimes the funding that they may, where they believe that funding is. And so for us, we don't believe that there should only be a limited amount of workforce development. We don't believe that there should be a limited amount of a place where we can send them for life skills or any of that, right? Because what we would hate is to send somebody somewhere and now there's a waiting list because we have adopted this view that it's too many duplication of services, right? And so I think internally, based off of the needs that we have, there is somewhere that we can refer an individual to or connect them to, but some of the outside organizations or nonprofits we may be referring to may have a harder time.
To that point, I think Councilmember Felder might have asked this, but I'm gonna go in a different direction. Does MORCA do any direct grants?
Not outside of access to jobs.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was, access, not outside, okay.
Now, what we have become good at is Office of Victim Services, Justice Grants, DISB, DOES. So we try to keep an eye out for grant opportunities, whether it's within DC government, whether it's philanthropy opportunities. We try to share those that we come across with our population, even grants that may come out through like Serve DC. We try to share with our partners and so that they can pursue those opportunities. And we've even had conversations about what does it look like? How can we better support our population in knowing the different requirements? Because what you may have to apply for DC government grant gonna be different than what you apply for federal or going after philanthropy funding. So we've had those kind of conversations to see, is there an opportunity to support our current partners or future partners and being able to understand how to try to go after those funds.
So you think the current model is successful and that MORCA doesn't need to do more direct grants?
No, what I'm saying is that based off of the needs that or the assessments that are being done currently, we are able to connect our clients to a resource that's there, if that makes sense.
I think you're saying as good as it is. And that's fair. You mentioned in your testimony that you're going to work with WIC to identify the Workforce Investment Council to identify current trends in employment. What's the ultimate plan and timeline for that?
So I believe we have another meeting, I think probably within a couple of weeks. And so from our conversations, maybe talking about IT is like a leading market. And so for us, it's about how we position our clients into apprenticeship or programs that help build the IT skill set that our clients will need, how to even just build the digital literacy that our clients would need. And so my hopes that within the next several months that we will have an idea on what is our charge going to be, our full collaboration with the WIC. But in the meantime, I can tell you that we are partnering with DC Public Library, right, to help meet some of the basic needs that our clients are experiencing. Like right now, within the last 2 weeks, Morca now has introductory, and I think a little bit above introductory on how to utilize, because most of our clients have cell phones, right? How to use your Android, how to attach documents, how to do those kind of things that we have now logged on our computers, even something as basic as learning how to type. And our peer navigators in support of our workforce development team are actively helping clients apply for jobs in our computer lab, are actively helping our clients build out their resumes, because it is a challenge. And so we're looking at how can we increase the digital literacy.
So, particularly as funding tightens up for a few years, I think all of government is going to have to be more conscious of just all these meetings, just for the sake of meetings. And so I guess just a heads up that if you're saying one of the things that you all are going to focus on is working with WIC, then expect me to follow up to say, what happened? What'd you learn? What'd you do as a result of it?
Right.
Are there any particular services or needs that returning citizens are consistently requesting, but Morca isn't able or to handle?
So currently, one of the biggest needs that the services that clients have been asking for is CDL. And so we've been trying to, that's why we implemented, shifted some funding to pay for individuals to participate in the CDL program. So that is one of the big things. And the other thing that individuals constantly come into the agency for that we don't fund, but it is the pathway program, which is the ticket program.
The which program?
The ticket program. Traffic tickets.
Okay. And what do you mean ticket program? What?
So individuals owe like back tickets, right?
Okay.
And their tickets are in collection. We have a collaboration with CCU where we're able to refer them to get their tickets addressed. And yeah, so CDL is one of the big ones, and the ticket program. Am I missing anything? And housing remains,
Yeah.
and we don't fund housing. And so we're always looking like, how do we refer individuals to what set of housing? And we had to go outside of the scope of reentry housing because there's just not like a lot of reentry housing. And so we have to look at other things that make up our population. Like if they had a substance abuse issue, what organizations can we refer them to if they have a mental health issue? And so that's how we operate that now. That is something that we don't personally fund.
Okay.
But Morca doesn't.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, those are all the questions I have. Our budget hearings are a little bit shorter because the city don't have a lot of money. All right.
Right.
So we're trying to understand like what's working, what's not working. But I want to thank you, Director, to you and your team for being with us today and for the work that you all are doing. And we look forward to working with you all during the budget to figure out the best way to proceed. The last thing I just want to highlight, what I'm hearing is that you said this directly, folks from what folks experience with Morca residents, that should not change going into the new fiscal year, despite what the budget shifts look like. People should not experience a difference. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Bye.
All right. We now transition to Director Bass of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, or OANC. He's in.
That's it. Ooh, it feels good to stretch my legs.
We'll ask that you both raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for being with us today. And Director, you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson White. And with me today, as you probably recognize, is our General Counsel Denise Wichter. Wanted to make sure I didn't forget that announcement. As you know, we often do. Thank you for your continued support of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions and the work we do to support the various commissions and elected commissioners across the district who represent their neighbors at the grassroots level. Often as the most accessible and only elected officials many of our neighbors know in person, their work is extremely important. Through your support, we have undertaken projects to expand shared services both technologically and professionally, including the addition of a chief of staff and training specialist to our staff during this past year. Advisory neighborhood commissions are composed of residents elected from the district's neighborhoods. The commissions are independent bodies that advise district government on policy issues affecting their particular neighborhoods. Currently, there are 46 ANCs divided into 345 sub-areas called single-member districts with about 2,000 residents residing in each SMD. I am pleased to see that the mayor's proposed budget for the OANC and ANCs is funded in FY 2026 at the same level as FY 2025, and that the annual allotments to the ANCs are $916,000. In accordance with the Home Rule Charter, funding to ANCs is distributed on a per capita basis. Based on the last census, ANCs receive about they do receive $1.33 per neighborhood resident. The proposed FY 2026 funding amount is in alignment with the funding amount of $915,688 that the OANC has requested dating back to FY 2023. The OANC is responsible for providing technical, administrative, and analytical support to ANCs and ANC commissioners. During the past year, we have made investments in filling our vacant staffing positions, realigning staffing positions to better meet our long-term goals, and investing in services for our commissioners. These include, once again, hiring our first chief of staff, and in launching the long-awaited new OANC website and engaging with the Office of Chief Technology Officer to build ANC websites. A second-generation portal tool for collecting and managing ANC quarterly financial reports is currently underway, and a public database of community benefit agreements and ABCA settlement agreements is also looking to launch within the close of this month. Our investment in improving ANC operations also involved a rollout of equipment for ANCs to own their own personal hybrid meeting equipment should they wish. We have continued to review technical solutions available for hybrid meetings and have settled on an OWL Labs-based solution that is less expensive, easier to set up, and far more portable than the solutions first offered by the OANC. The OANC is currently in the process of working with interested ANCs to leverage the Technical Assistance Fund for the initial purchase of this equipment. Maintenance, replacement costs, and other associated costs will remain with the ANCs. For ANCs who need both equipment and staff, we have also identified a vendor who can provide those services upon request of each commission. Through the end of FY 2025, during this transition period, the OANC will provide technical assistance funding support since these are expenses that were not included or anticipated in ANC budgets. Starting in FY 2026, those costs would be available or provided by the ANCs. As we discussed last year, the original hybrid meeting solution purchased under the previous director was large, difficult to transport, and often required OANC staff to operate, thereby making it unsustainable. The new solution being offered significantly advances us toward a sustainable solution and frees up OANC staff to engage and advance our many other priorities. Unlike last year, the OANC was able to prevent a sweep of non-lapsing funds this year and has already committed most of those funds for the one-time costs associated with our long-term projects that I just referenced. We are planning to expend all those funds by the end of FY 2025, and some of those projects will extend into FY 2026. This places the OANC in a strong position. I recognize that we are currently in a very difficult budget cycle and that the council, in reviewing the mayor's budget proposal, will need to make very difficult decisions. Based on the mayor's proposal, I am happy to report that the OANC can continue to carry out the projects we have initiated within the funding level proposed by the mayor, should the council agree with that level of support. Perhaps the most significant assistance that the committee can provide to the OANC this year is to review our recommendations for the FY 2026 Budget Support Act of 2025, which we provided previously to the committee. Our recommendations continue our efforts to efficiently review, process, and approve ANC expenditures with no financial impact to fiscal year 2026 budget.
Director, can I
Yes.
ask you to pause 1 second?
Sure.
Kind of rowdy.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Life happens. I was nearly at the end anyway, so I'll start over with that last paragraph since we were distracted. I said, perhaps the most significant assistance that the committee can provide to the OANC this year is to review our recommendations for the FY 2026 Budget Support Act of 2025, which we previously provided to the committee. Our recommendations continue our efforts to efficiently review, process, and approve ANC expenditures with no financial impact on the FY 2026 budget. As always, we continue to review our internal processes, our statutory obligations, and the evolving needs of ANCs. Our goal continues to be to improve these processes with minimal burden to the commissions while safeguarding public funds. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions from this committee at this time.
Thank you very much to you both. A couple questions specifically on your budget chapter. First, there's a drastic cut to equipment and machinery purchases. Why such a big cut? And do you have how should ANCs, how should commissions expect this to impact them?
Could you rephrase your question a little bit?
So purchases, equipment, this is budget chapter 71 OOC, purchases, equipment, and machinery. But this is, hold on, this is FY 25. Let me go back and get clarity.
Sure.
Oh, no, that was a 25. No, yeah, purchases, equipment and machinery, and I'm not entirely sure what that line item is.
Sure, if we're going back to FY 25, things
So
would have.
if, I think FY 25 is 342,000, FY 26 is 212,000. So I guess first, what is that line item? 4.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. So that would have been represented, I believe, by an increase in supplies and materials. What happened when we were reviewing the budget and working with OCFO is we recognized that there were some one-time purchases like the copy machine for the ANC commissioners that are in the hall. Those don't need to be made anymore. But we were also looking at our spending patterns. We were spending more through the purchasing card in the last year. And so what this realignment does is it looks at our historic purchasing patterns and it put the money where we were actually using it so that they didn't have to do a reprogramming in the middle of the year, because that's what had happened the previous year. So the ultimate budget is the same. Our anticipated spending is going to be the same. But we are trying to anticipate to avoid a reprogramming.
Okay. The other significant shift that I want to ask about is an increase in your contractual services. This increase is about 400, a little more than 400%. What's this about?
Change from FY25 to 26.
This is 7132.
Yeah, I think Denise is right. So a lot of that is going to be our MOUs and contracts. We purchased the website through an MOU with Octo. We're doing the same thing with the community agreements, community benefits agreement. It also takes into account, this is a small thing and probably a one-time adjustment. When we had to replace our phones, we were required to buy our own new phones, but it came through Octo. The vast majority of that money is actually going to Octo to build out the long-term projects that we're doing. We're finding I think it's a better use of our funds, and we're getting a better result by partnering with the expertise within government than using outside resources. There might be a small percentage of that. Well, I won't say might. Unfortunately, this is how I was raised. We don't speak in absolutes. A small percentage of that would be a contract with like Gov Delivery, the current vendor for the QFR portal. But our long-term goal is to bring the QFR portal in-house in the next couple of years with Octo.
Okay.
But yeah, and you are likely going to see the same thing next year. I'm just going to let you know that. Because the expenditure for building out the websites over the next 2 fiscal years, the one-time expenditure is going to be about 300,000, and then it will go back down to about, I think, 60,000 every year for maintenance.
Okay. And on the websites, is the timeline still the same as what we discussed in the performance oversight hearing?
Yes, our timeline right now is to build out 5 by the end of this calendar year. To that end, we hosted 2 town hall meetings with ANCs last week just to kind of show them what we're talking about and get some feedback. We'll probably do a little bit more community engagement. But I think we have a pretty solid idea of what we want them to look like as just as far as functionality. And then, of course, each commission is going to want their own identity. And they may have some features that they want that other commissions don't. And there's some flexibility with what gets deployed per commission. But yeah, our timeline is holding, and we're actually putting that into the MOU with Octo to more aggressively hold them accountable to what they're promising to give us for the money.
Excellent. Okay. We'll continue to work with you on that and keep moving that forward. Have you, I don't think we might have discussed the order of bringing the the new websites online. But how are you determining the order of commissions websites?
So my thought is, for instance, we have 2 commissions that don't have websites. I think they naturally must be included, right? That said, they might not be ideal candidates for stepping up a new kind of website. For instance, they may not have a lot of documents that other commissions have. Having never had a website, they may not have functional requirements in their mind for how they even use it. But I do think within the first 5, they have to be there. I'm thinking for 2 of the other 5, we may, I hesitate to mention a commission by name, but I'm going to use one as an example. ANC for D, for example, might be a good candidate. They're a highly functional commission. They have a lot of documents. They're an ideal candidate in every way. Their website, they kind of lost control of their website about a year ago, as in the subscription lapsed, it crashed. They put one back together so it is functional, but I consider it to kind of be on life support. It's not functioning at the same high level that it was before, and it's not functioning at the same high level that other commissions are.
Right.
So that would be a good candidate. Also, it might be worthwhile to at least include in one of the 5, perhaps a highly functioning ANC that could like push the limits so that when we're working with Octo to decide, does this feature work? They can tell us if it works because they know how to use it.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense. Does the agency have any remaining vacancies?
presently, no. Oh, do we? Oh. Well, no, I don't think we presently have any vacancies. We have one full-time who has moved to part-time, and we anticipate that will be a vacancy before the end of the year.
Okay.
We also have another part-time that is the way the position is, and we anticipate that that will be vacant by the end of the year. But today they are not vacant.
Okay. How are commissioner reimbursements coming? Are you hearing concerns? I've heard some this calendar year, but
That's a good question. I can speak more directly towards technical assistance fund requests because we process those as a reimbursement to the commission. So that, right?
I mean,
But
more for the like childcare and I think transportation.
childcare, I'll be honest, I really have no data on that. None of that process comes through our office.
Okay.
Nothing gets reviewed by our office. Nothing requires our approval. We do know that childcare, in particular, and I'm trying to think of the commissioner's name now, which was horrible. Believe it's ANC 7C. Yeah, who I believe we've talked to frequently, and she has submitted some recommendations. We do believe that there are improvements that are necessary for it to work, based on the hours of operation of commissioners when their meetings are. There's a significant misalignment for the services that qualify for reimbursement in the statute. So yes, I think that would require some tweak or change or update to the statute just for it to function.
Okay. And that's
Yeah.
basically right now, I think the statute requires that it be a licensed childcare providers, but ANC meetings are at night, so that gets harder. So it's been, let's say, not significantly used because it's not practical. Okay. Virtual meeting equipment, you mentioned this in your testimony. How are you doing that now? How many sets of equipment will there be?
Well, our goal is for the OANC to own virtually none of them. We have the 10 that are large, and we are going to continue owning those. And there may be some very large community meetings where those are the right solution, right? And in those instances, we would make sure that they were there. We would staff them ourselves if we need to make sure that they work. We did purchase 2 smaller solutions just so that we could get familiar with them and have them as a loaner if a commission needs them. And we've been using that to work with the commissions to see if this is a solution that works for them. What our intent is that for each commission that wants to own their own is to do so. That gives them a lot more flexibility. What I like about this current solution is that one of the reasons we didn't go to OWL Labs to begin with, and I think we're hopefully all familiar with what the OWL is, it's kind of like an all-in-one, but it doesn't really do a true hybrid meeting, right? There's no projection, there's no screen. It kind of was developed with this idea that we all are having corporate meetings in boardrooms. Well, we're not, we're in the community. What we've been able to do is using that as perhaps the main component is add some additional equipment onto it, a projector, smaller speakers. And so we've used that as the core to create a much smaller solution. So the big kits cost about $10,000 or $11,000 a piece, and no commission is going to be able to afford that. And they're difficult to move. They're portable, but they're difficult to move. This new solution is almost like a very large canvas duffel bag on wheels, and it's all in one movable thing. So the old solution fit in the back of my truck. The new solution will fit in the back of a car. So, and you don't even need a car. You could roll it onto the Metro, and it has worked that way.
And so outside, for commissions that want their own,
Yep.
OANC is going to pay for them?
We believe there is enough funding to make it available, but we believe that is a good use of the technical assistance fund, right?
Okay.
Most of that money has been replenished from withholdings from their allotments to begin with. This is a way for the commissions to actually leverage money originally intended for them.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. And I'm sorry, I forgot a follow-up question on the websites. Once the new websites are created, who's responsible for updating them?
That's a shared responsibility. Our goal is for the commissions to update as much information as they can. So that's why we're trying to design it to be as low entry, simple as possible. However, unlike the current websites, because it will be within an ecosystem where we're admins, if an ANC cannot do it for some reason or things fall apart, we actually have access and we could upload some of those documents ourselves, which helps them not fall behind. And then Okta will have an ongoing responsibility from the technology. Like if for some reason the website were to go down, it's Okta's responsibility to figure out why and get it back up. And it's also Okta's responsibility to provide maintenance and updates, so that's their ongoing. That's what we pay for.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony that there's some technical assistance that OANC is offering now that will transfer to commissions next fiscal year. What kind of technical assistance?
Well, the technical assistance that we're providing relates back to the hybrid meeting equipment, right? So what we have seen with the new term beginning in January is, I hesitate to call it an explosion, but there's been a significant increase from the commissions wanting to have hybrid meetings. And I think that's a good thing. It exceeds our ability to manually go there. Like that, oftentimes there's 2 meetings a night, or on rare occasion 3 meetings a night, and we just can't be more than one place at a time. So we have identified a vendor who can actually go there to set up and operate the equipment for them. And because this is a bridge and none of this was in their budgets to begin with, we are making technical assistance funds available to them through the end of September. Now, when October comes along, they'll have new budgets. They can plan for it now. If they want to use the vendor that we've already vetted, they're welcome to do it. If they want to hire someone out of the community, they can do that, and it's probably going to be at a lower cost. If they don't want to hire anybody and they want to just use staff that they already have, I know some commissions already have a staff person that essentially writes the minutes and does other technical setup. Like if they're comfortable with that, we'll provide the training, of course. But the commission's going to have to make some decisions. Like, do you have someone in place do you want to hire from the community and invest in your community? And if those two things aren't an option or you can't find anyone, we at least have a fail-safe where we've already vetted a vendor who can do it and has done it successfully in the last month already.
I mean, that's fair. We're in different times, and we're all gonna have to figure it out for a
Yep.
while. Let me ask about the quarterly financial reports, which you mentioned in your testimony. You're trying to more effectively review, process, and approve the quarterly reports. And I was glad to see that OANC is working with Octo to build a portal for quarterly financial reports, or QFRs, and a public database of community benefit agreements. What changes have you seen in, when did the portal launch?
Portal launched, I want to say, about 1.5 or 2 years ago. Now it's going into the 3rd year of its contract, and we may need to renew it for yet 1 more year as a bridge. But the initial contract was 3 years, and I believe we're in or going into the 3rd year, right?
And have you seen any changes in accountability and transparency since the portal launched?
As far as transparency, I think the most transparent, well, yeah, actually in a way, because now that it's in a central database, like if Denise is working on a grant or has a question that comes in, we have multiple people that can get into it and see the same documents. Historically, they've been in a OneDrive folder, which I don't think is the most secure place for financial documents. But internally, we all have access. We can also provide access to the auditor if the auditor needs to look at those documents. And while we've identified like a new generation of portal based on what we've learned in this one, some of the functionality that's not there that really should be there. One thing that we have been doing, and doing it in a far more timely manner than we've ever done, and this goes hand in glove with a new website, like quarterly financial reports are posted within a week after we receive them. That doesn't necessarily mean they've been reviewed yet, and it doesn't mean that we may not have to get a revised version up there, but they're all presuming that there are errors, and oftentimes there aren't. But what we want is once we've received them, they are a public document and they would be subject to FOIA.
Who in the agency reviews the QFRs?
In our office, it's Dawn Dickerson. She's the primary. And there are parts of the process that Denise may review. For instance, if a grant request is part of that, it's hopefully already been reviewed by Denise. And so the status of it is already sitting there when the report comes in. If it's a grant application that the commission has not sent to us previously, then it becomes a new review.
And what are you seeing in terms of trajectory of accuracy of the QFRs and timeliness of filing? Is it remaining constant over the past couple of years, improving, decreasing?
I would say that over the past year, I've seen some improvements. Starting in October 1st, 2025 is when we more or less told the commissions that we require full filing within the portal. In FY24, because it was kind of launched at the beginning of the year and not all the commissions were comfortable with it, there was a little of both. And so I'm like, well, we have a new tool. We built it for a reason. We're going to use it. And then I think starting in January of 2025, with a new election and new commissioners and new officers, I think we have an increase in the people that are comfortable using it, which is good. Many of them have never known anything else, so that helps, as you can imagine. But there's still some quirks with the portal, that when we discover them, we correct the issue. A good example would be in one instance, I don't know what was causing the technical error, but when the quarterly report was being generated, it wasn't accurately representing what the savings account balance was. It had all the expenditures correct. It had the checking account correct. It just wasn't reporting. And so we had to fix that. Again, one of many small cuts that lead us to believe that it's time for a second generation. We don't just want to keep fixing these one-offs. We want to both address those and incorporate functionality that would have been there had we thought about it before. It's right. It's not just repairing the things that aren't functioning. It's like, well, they're like, one frustration for many commissioners is when you go to print the report and it's a 2-page report, it prints 2 separate PDFs and they're not combined. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense, right? Because over time it becomes a frustration.
Yeah.
So.
All right. I continue to believe that we've got to make the roles of ANCs reasonably smooth and easy.
Yep.
There's certainly some sacrifice that folks sign up for, but I want to continue to look for ways to make it, especially the reporting and treasury work, easier. So we'll continue to work with you and commissions on that. Anything that we've missed that you think is relevant to the budget, although we'll be working with you on the budget, but anything that we've missed?
I actually don't think there is. As I said in my testimony, we were relatively pleased that the funding level was maintained. We know that there's a lot of hard decisions, right? We believe that many of, well, I'll say all of the projects we're working on, we can continue working on with no significant slowdown, which is great. Should something come up, I think that we could perhaps delay the new QFR portal by a year, fiscal year or 2, to make an adjustment. So I think we're nimble that way. I don't want to, but I understand, there's nothing left in the well.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah. My guess is that when we focus on just efficiency, effectiveness, really kicking tires on like the QFR portal and the treasurer roles, which are things that we need to do. So we'll have plenty of work to do, and frankly, it gets a bit harder because we have fewer resources. So I appreciate your work and the work of your team, and appreciate you being with us today.
Well, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will welcome Johanna Shreve, Chief Tenant Advocate, for the Office of the Tenant Advocate, as our final government witness today.
You sit here? Okay. So you're gonna sit behind us. You want to swear me in?
Yes, thank you. All right. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. I am Johanna Shreve, the district's Chief Tenant Advocate and Director of the Office of the Tenant Advocate. I am here today to discuss the Mayor's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for the OTA and the impact it will have on agency operations. First, however, I want to acknowledge the difficult position that the Mayor was in when formulating her FY26 budget, given the uncertainty caused by Congress and hits to the projected revenue in the coming years. I am grateful that her FY26 26 budget proposal will allow those of us at the OTA to continue doing our important work for district renters. I will begin the status of the fiscal year 2025 budget. Going into the start of the fiscal year, the FY 2025 approved budget totaled $4,175,757. Last month, the executive swept $163,247 from that budget as a part of its effort to deal with the substantial mid-year federal budget cut. The FY 25 funds swept by the executive represented 2 vacant attorney positions, one being an existing attorney position that was vacated in April, and the other being a new litigating attorney position. Of the remaining $4,012,510 in the FY 25 budget, the agency has spent approximately 73%, or $2,895,557. The remaining balance is $1,114,549. And of that amount, $1,017,118 is for personnel services, and the remaining $97,430 is for non-personnel services. Virtually every year, the demand for the EHP program exceeds the appropriation, necessitating an intra-district transfer of funds to close the mid-year gap. As of today, the agency has spent $621,512, which is $51,512 in excess of the $570,000 approved appropriations for FY 25. Per the mayor's approval of a transfer of funds, the agency is awaiting the infusion of $250,000 to carry us through the remainder of FY 25. Taking into account the $51,512 deficit to date, this will leave me with $198,488 for the remainder of FY 25. One of the agency's significant NPS line items is $75,000 for the Tenant Summit. I am pleased to report that on Saturday, September the 13th of this year, the OTA will hold the first in-person tenant summit since before the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. For FY 26, the mayor proposes a budget of $4,191,188. This represents a 4% increase over the approved FY 25 amount. Adjustments for the FY 25 approved amount are as follows. Westlaw, an increase of $12,000 for our subscription for legal research services. Amazon Connect is $2,500, an increase in our Amazon Connect, our new phone intake system. IT equipment, an increase of $10,000 for additional features for the phone intake system, where we're now trying to add a survey element to the phones. Adobe subscriptions, printing and advertising, an increase of $45,511 for all of those particular services. An increase of $2,500 for mileage and other costs associated with local travel. And most of that is done with our overtime issues with regards to our educational and outreach division. Court filings, an increase of $2,000 for court filing fees, which I will talk about again later in my presentation. Miscellaneous office costs, an increase of $20,000 for office supplies, printing services, translation, and interpretation. Fringe for all employees, an increase of $15,014 for fringe benefits across the agency. Now the decreases. Translation, interpretation, IT equipment, there's a decrease of $27,753 for those particular services. Please note, however, that funding for these purposes is restored elsewhere in the OTA budget, see above. Transfer of partial OCFO position, a reduction of it should be $50,000, not $48,120 for the 0.3 FTE representing a budget analyst within the OCFO that the OTA will no longer partially fund. I am assured that this cut does not entail a reduction in services, as she sits with us in the audience today. Step increases, a reduction of $24,887 in local funds and $1,584 in SPR funds for step increases, totaling $26,471. Now a shift. Position shift from SBR to local was done, and that was to ensure of the 109,866 for the one person that we have in our educational and operation program, we needed to move her out of one place and put her in another. And I will also note that the FY budget proposal restores the funding for both vacant attorney positions, which I discussed earlier, which were swept from the FY25 budget. We have identified the candidates to fill those two positions, and we plan to make those hires as soon as we reach into the new fiscal year. I have two requests for you regarding the agency's FY26 budget. The first relates to the emergency housing program, and the second to our court filing fees, respectively. As I discussed earlier in my testimony, without a mid-year infusion virtually every year, the agency would run out of funds and would be unable to continue the emergency housing program for the remainder of the fiscal year. To avoid repeating this cycle over and over, I asked our AFO to do a trend analysis to determine what the difference was in the funding in terms of the funds that we received on a supplemental basis each year. And it turned out that the result is approximately $760,000 is what we need in emergency housing funding in order for us not to have to continue to go back to the administration to ask for more money. We've now done the trend and we see what the differential is. And so we ask the council to give consideration for that. We've provided you with a chart on page 7 of my testimony that shows you the amount spent in 22, the amount was budgeted, the amount spent, the amounts budgeted in 23, the amount spent, the amount budgeted in 24, and the amount spent. So you can see that we trended it to make sure that the number that we really needed was something that we could recommend for consideration. In good news, I can report the owner of a property who we deemed liable for emergency housing expenditures at 1433 Columbia Road has agreed to reimburse us the entire amount of funding. Our legal department is now in negotiations, and that represents $260,299 to provide housing for those individuals who were displaced during that particular unfortunate event. I am pleased that this success may come without our having to initiate a formal adversarial action, and I believe this is a good indicator of future success for the agency's reimbursement program. With the hiring of new litigating attorneys at the start of the fiscal year, I anticipate an increase in the agency's litigation activity. Therefore, we decided that we would ask the council to make a shift for us, and that would be to move the $10,000 we have in IT into the court filing area so that we will have sufficient funds when we're dealing with litigations and filings in court, because $2,000 won't get it. Thank you again for considering this testimony. And there are two things I just want to bring also to your attention because they've just been brought to mind. And that is, I spoke to you about a month or so ago about the water issues that the city was facing. Well, we're now beginning to get phone calls from tenants that their buildings are being closed because of the water being turned off. So the $198,000 that I have may not be sufficient enough, but I'm not sure yet. But that is a new bell that's ringing in our agency, and it's one that gives me some concern because we don't know out of that 1,400 unit projection that water had given us exactly how much of that is going to hit us on the emergency housing side, because when the water is turned off, the building gets condemned or the unit gets condemned. So I wanted to bring that to your attention so that you are aware of where we are in that debacle. And of course, the other part of that, which doesn't really impact us on the emergency housing side, but that you should be aware of, is that you should be aware that the federal government is defunding the grant programs for Pepco gas and electric supplements for tenants. So that we won't not feel until the next fiscal year, but it's coming in the next 4 months. So that's something that we have to start being concerned about, meaning that we'll be going into the heating system season, and that will be a concern that we will have to take under advisement.
I appreciate it. Well, let's start there. What is that assistance that the federal government, how does that reach residents?
It goes through Office of People's Counsel. They administer the program, the grants that we used to get.
Okay. Is that for people who are behind or have limited income?
Yes, or they have low income, and so they give them
Okay.
support.
Okay. And with respect to the water, thank you for alerting me to that and for doing a lot of building walkthroughs with us. So you're hearing that the utility is now shutting off water, which would cause people to get
We're not hearing, they're calling our office.
the residents.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we also have a spreadsheet that we maintain because water submits to us the discontinuance notification list. I'm not sure if we get it daily. We were, but then they changed when they sent us to us. So, but we do have a spreadsheet that we maintain daily or weekly based on the information we receive from the water department, which is under a confidentiality agreement that we have with them because they don't want us sharing the list with a whole bunch of people. I think we did send the list to you guys originally when you and I met when we were at the Brittany. And I will still send it to you again, but it won't change the outcome of discontinuation because when water's cut off, condemnation happens. You know, the building guys will close the building if there's no water in a particular unit or in a building. Now, the one that we received yesterday was our first, and it was a 4-unit building. But to give you another example, and you'll appreciate this one, based on last Tuesday before our wonderful hearing, we had a flood at 1417 Belmont Street in a 43-unit building, and there was 12 feet of water in that building. The sprinkler system failed, and we had 1 death at that property.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, 1 individual drowned in that building.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so, you know, we've been quite busy in terms of emergency housing. Always, we can't anticipate what the emergency is going to be, but I am concerned about the fact that we've started to get calls on the water deal. I'm concerned about that.
All right. We will plug in with you and your team on that to figure out how we resolve that issue, both for now, but also going forward, because landlords who are responsible for paying water bills, not paying them, should not result in people losing their housing. There has to be a workaround.
Well, they have receivership authority, and it's my understanding that in some instances, they have filed receiverships in about 18, 20 cases. In some instances, when they send the discontinuation notices, we also understand that owners have made either payment plans or they've paid the full bill amount. What I'm concerned about is where we have subsidized units, and I'm not sure whether or not the HAP contract between the owner and the authority requires the tenant to pay the water bill or whether the owner is paying the water. So herein lies another whole new ripple effect that we're going to have to start dealing with DCHA on, because we don't know when it is a subsidized unit, who's responsible.
Right. Yeah. It's tricky. Where the landlord is responsible, I would think that the utility should be able to place a lien or something to allow them to continue to provide water services.
Well, we have suggested, because you know there's a group of us involved in this, Children's Law Clinic and a bunch of others, but we did suggest to them that they, one of the remedies that water came up with was having the tenants establish an account. Well, there's already a law that allows for that to happen, which water has never recognized. That's number one. Number two, when I investigated with the housing providers, I also found out that there was a problem with the billing on the side of water, that they weren't billing on a regular basis. Number three, if we deal with the tenant, if the tenants were to form, let's say, they wanted the tenants to form an association. The requirements for the association required them to have a replacement reserve account, be able to be bonded, and a few other ridiculous things, which was not going to happen. So we still haven't worked out the kinks in how the tenants would collectively become the
Right.
authority. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? Or,
y-
and the other thing, council member, was that the housing provider would install individual meters in each unit at his cost. Well, if he's
Yeah.
not paying the bill,
Exactly.
why
Exactly.
would he, you know, so,
Yeah, it
so
does
we
seem-
still have a problem with that one.
Yeah, that I think the tenants getting together to take it on, that to me that seems overly complicated.
No,
I don't see how to
no,
make that work.
no.
And so there has to be something that the utility can do to ensure it'll get paid at some point, and not cut off the water. But I don't think we can put that on the tenants.
Well, we haven't resolved it yet. I think I think it's reached above our pay grade at this level, and that it has reached the level of the administration and the city council, because I believe you guys need to seriously talk to their board about the resolution for this. This is not going to work.
Yeah, we will. And I've talked to at least one other utility about what they do in these
Yes.
circumstances, just start to get smarter on how we might handle it or how DC Water might handle it. But we'll be working on that. In terms of the funding, you mentioned for court filings, is that for recouping EHAP funds, or is that for something
In
else?
partial, it would be, but also any other litigating. We have a case right now that has nothing to do with that,
Mhm.
that we know we're going to be taking into, it's a big one too. But the $2,000 is unrealistic for litigation activities. I mean, the filing fees are going to run well beyond that, I'm sure, or at least I'm being very optimistic that our litigating activity would be abundantly aggressive.
Um,
But we're just talking about a shift in the budget where we've had, the funds are in the IT section of the budget. We're talking about moving that money, $8,000 out of that into the litigating, the court fees.
And what happens if with EHAP, if the owner doesn't reimburse? Is that you have to go
We
through
would
the
follow the process. There would be a process. Once we give a notice of assessment to the owner, if the owner does not respond to the notice, then we can move forward without it going to the Office of Administrative Hearings. If the owner fails to, and of course, I've got my expert sitting over here who could probably quote scripture and verse on the process, but I know that where we don't get a response from the owner, then that means we can, I believe, jump over the Office of Administrative Hearings, and then we can file with the Office of Tax and Revenue for the lien process. Because we do have lien authority. And I'm sure I'm simplifying it somewhat, but that is the bottom line there. We're going to go after our money and get it one way or the other. That's the point.
or I think one of the adjustments in your budget is 51,000 added for education.
Education?
It's
We have a $51,000 deficit, but we don't have any education. Do we have a $51,000 education?
That program.
Huh?
That program.
The EHAP?
No, education and out.
Yeah.
What about it?
It increased.
It did?
Yeah.
It has what in it?
It's the other services and charges.
Oh, but that's, okay. Oh, I see, it's listed under education here. When I read it as an increase, it was not identified. So it has Adobe subscription, printing and advertising.
okay.
When you said education,
Yeah.
what, I didn't realize that it was under education in the chapter, right?
Tenant
Yes.
support, yeah. So that is for I'm sorry. So all right, we're all on the
It's
same
for
page.
variety of services, the 45,511.
Okay.
Is that what we're talking about?
The NPS is 45.
Right, it covers 3 different functions.
I guess so. My question was: this seems like a lot of money to add for education outreach, and my first question was, is this not better spent for like EHAP?
No, see, the Adobe subscription is separate and apart. Do we have that listed as a separate item for the whole staff? Yes. How much is that?
It's only 8,000.
Okay, so 8,000 of the 45 is for the Adobe subscription. That's staff, that's everybody in the office.
Yep.
The printing and advertising goes into, you might have even seen it, if you were on a bus. We have bus ads all over the city.
Okay.
The printing goes into programmatic activities in terms of the tablings that we do throughout the year, which I believe last year we did over 400 and some tablings. And the materials that we are printing to ensure the tenants are aware of, like things like housing code violations. We have a postcard that we provide for tenants for that, and other types of informational pieces. So that's what the remainder of that $37,000 is.
Okay. And one more sort of technical budget question.
Yes.
I think you are cutting the $15,000 that you had for overtime.
Yeah, I think we reduced that based on history.
Okay, based on
Because
okay.
right now, I think we've only spent, as an example, $1,800. However, let me do say, I might maintain 5,000 because we are now involved in the registration of the database. We did our first training last night at the Chevy Chase Library. We had 30 elders attend that particular session. We have some that will be in-house at our office, but we also have schedules to go out to other properties to ensure that tenants who have never registered get registered, or they get email addresses if they so desire. But also ensuring that tenants are aware of the fact that the launch for the database occurred on Tuesday, June the 2nd. And there were 403, I'll give this for Lauren, there were 403 owners that registered on Tuesday.
Oh, that's great.
So just to let you know that we're engaged.
Okay, I hope it's in your
much
budget.
engaged in dealing with them on that particular effort, because it's important to us that all of the tenants who are elderly or disabled we make sure that they're getting what they need to get done.
Okay.
So yes, we did reduce it because we didn't need as much money, and that's just based upon the history, looking at how much we've spent. But that also, as you well know, as you saw me at the Brittany that night, staff they're always out at properties in the evening, because that's most of the time when the people are available and want us to come back. The associations, tenant associations were out there at their meetings or dealing with that type of organizing effort.
Okay. We 78%, I believe it is, of our buildings were built
Prior to 1976.
I'll go with you more than I'll go with me. Yes, so about 50 years old or older. And not surprisingly, a number of those are having issues. I believe some of them are bad or incompetent landlords, but I don't think all of them are. But we have an older housing stock in the city. And I worry that the mayor's budget proposes that we cut the, what's the name of the program?
TOPA?
Thank you, Housing Preservation Fund.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah, and I worry a lot about that.
Please don't.
Yeah, so it is my belief that we need money for preservation, because it costs a lot of money. If we lose units, to build new units, it costs a lot of money. And there are a number of residents that need improvements in their building without their rent skyrocketing. And so wondering if you have a view on that based on what you see.
Oh, I have a view on it since I'm the one that recommended the preservation program when I was on the preservation task force.
There we go.
I know that it was capitalized by LISC. In fact, I just spoke to someone at DSC this afternoon about this. I believe the program needs to be rethought, and I believe I even made a recommendation in one of my oversight hearings to you about this. I believe that the DHCD needs to go back to this program and to revise it so that we have some grant initiatives as well as some loan initiatives. With the grant initiatives, we can govern additional affordability. Let's say, as an example, we've got a 10-unit building that needs a new roof. It needs to have the pipes and the electrical redone, and that all comes to, let's say, $210,000. For that $210,000, we can grant them that money. Instead of taking the loan out, they don't have to raise the rents to service debt, but we put a covenant on the property to extend affordability for another 10 years. The second idea would be to also take the DOPA program and begin to look at DOPA in a different fashion. We think DOPA is just for buying. We could use DOPA as a mechanism to, yes, buy, but also now preserve and then have a management group that is qualified, if we want to use that term. What was that term used in that TOPA thing the other night? A way to qualify management companies who can manage. And when I worked at NCHP, we were the strong developers. So we had what we called a turnkey. We managed for 10 years and then we flipped the management to the tenants or to the next ownership, but we taught them how to do it.
Right.
We did this in New York. It was a big thing that we did when I was at NCHP. So there are new techniques that we can employ that don't require us to, please don't cut it, because the fund is capitalized. I think we only put 10 million in the beginning.
I think that's right. 10 or 12
Yeah.
was last year. Yeah.
And if you look at their production rate, they ain't doing nothing with the money.
Yeah.
That's why they're talking about cutting it. When in fact, we've got enough candidates out there, properties that need preservation.
No doubt about
that
that.
need to be brought into the 21st century. You know that just like we do, as I wrote in my annual report this year. I've been doing this so long and all of a sudden I'm talking about the same thing I was talking about when I got here. You know, it's time for us to really make a difference.
It really is.
And along that lines, if I can just say one more thing about preservation. I believe that if in fact the council decides to do something about TOPA, then here's the trade-off I ask of you. Repeal the 2%. Take the 2% away, because affordability is what we need and what we're going to need after we see what happens in September when all of those federal workers that may still live in some of these buildings no longer are being paid. We need a way to assure that people in the middle are not being cramped and can pay their rent. And that 2% compounded has done nothing but destroy that concept. So give me something. If you're going to take something, give me something for the tenants. And the 2% would be a heck of a thing to give back to the tenant communities that was negotiated back in 2005. It's time for us to think about that, because it is a compounded effect that has helped to hamper the working class of this city that don't get the breaks.
All right.
They don't get the breaks. I know that wasn't part of today's presentation, but I thought.
You're good for that. For yeah, I'm noodling that around in my head. For back to housing conditions,
Yes.
but from a different angle. DOB seems to be better at issuing fines and collecting fines. Do you have thoughts on whether a different agency should collect fines from when DOB fines a landlord for housing violations? They don't seem to be doing a great job of collecting them. Do you have thoughts on how we should look at collection of DOB fines?
Well, you've got a process that you're talking about. You know, they can appeal a fine. That's the first part, and maybe that they need to fix how to deal with, once we find, let me tell you one thing they can't appeal. They can't appeal if I am the inspector that comes to the property, because this is a law. It's been on the books a long time, one that I raised a long time ago. They don't collect the $90 for the reinspection fee. If I have to come back to your property after I've inspected it, and I do come back and it's still not fixed, and I come back, that's $90 every time I walk in the door.
Yeah.
Let me incentivize you to do a good job the first time out. They don't collect that money. That's number one. And going to the collection of the fine, unless you're going to change the process by which the fine process works, you see, the fine is issued. They can challenge the fine. Why can they challenge the fine? I don't know why that's the case, but they can. And once they challenge it, and then it goes to Office of Administrative Hearings, they can reduce the fine.
All right.
And what is the because? Why can't you reduce the fine? So there's all of these legal entanglements that come into play. And so maybe they need some incentivization. Maybe part of your operating budget is based on you collecting this revenue, because it's a revenue stream that is not being dealt with. Now, Brian may not be happy with me saying that, but the reality is it is a revenue stream. And why is the $90 not being collected? That's not challengeable. If I come back to your property, that's not challengeable. Why am I not collecting it? Because if you don't have an incentive, if you know that the government's not going to collect the money.
Right.
And I think they also have lien authority.
They probably do.
They can do mechanics liens. They can do a variety of different liens. And after a certain period of time, it would seem to me, you would have a department, maybe they need maybe they need staff to really focus on getting the money. Where's the money? Somebody needs, maybe they don't have the administrative arm to do that, because they're doing commercial, they do new construction, they do a variety of other things. So maybe looking at their overall organizational structure would answer that question. I don't think they have administrative staff that's dedicated to dealing with the collection of the cash.
Yeah. Popa, so do you see tenants with poor housing conditions using TOPA rights as leverage to get landlords to make repairs and renovations?
I disagree totally with that. I don't. I think if when a property is sold, tenants who are living in the property, I'll use Congress Park because I was involved very heavily in that one. When a property is being sold, yes, if there is a motivation for a new owner, we're going to find a developer that's going to at least make our homes decent, safe, and sanitary. That's a hell of a thing for the tenants to have to come into the deal with. But it may be the only thing that they understand about the real estate transaction itself. Normally, in all of the TOPA deals that I've ever been engaged in, 1841 Columbia Road and the like, you have very, very motivated attorneys, as well as you do the development community. And you also have attorneys with money who come into the deal and want to bend the will of the people by, I got a little bit of something here for you. Here's an incentive to vote our way. And for those tenants who are educatable and educated, a lot of times they take the cash, they help organize the tenants to vote in a certain way for a certain developer. That's one scenario. Some take the cash because they want out, so they see a cash for keys and they run. But the the common ones, so take the southeast ones, they wanted their property fixed. They wanted a developer who's going to come in and make home for them. They had been there for a long time. And when I was at NCHP, we built those properties. So I was real interested in the deal. The first developer that came in did not have all of the cash, was waiting on tax credits. I said, this man ain't able to buy the property. And then the second group who expressed interest was from Israel. They had all cash. But something happened that kept them out of the deal, and they walked. The tenants had no deal. And the property has never sold.
So that owner retained the property?
That's correct. Owns it to this day.
Huh. Do you see a difference in TOPA transactions between small and large apartment buildings or small and large owners?
Small apartment complexes sometimes have conflicts because it is small. And if everybody doesn't want to buy, you will run into a problem there. In the larger buildings, the challenge is more of the development deal because it's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
There are things about TOPA that could be changed that would strengthen them on the tenant side. When I listened to the testimony last week, I felt for the gentleman in Adams Morgan who lived in a 75% AMI property that they're trying to do the limited equity co-op. They want to make that deal work for that building. And I hope they do get that building done.
Yeah.
You see, I think that every situation is unique and every situation is different. In the way this proposal has done it, I do believe that you're cremating the program if you take it to 25 years. If you say for 25 years, we're not going to have it. I don't think you've had enough discussion about it. And more importantly, everything that I heard that over the course of that very, very long day was about debt.
What do you mean?
Nobody's getting paid rents. We got debt.
Yeah.
The Housing Finance Agency,
Yeah.
debt.
Yeah.
When we talk to the developers, debt. They're not paying their rent. What's that got to do with TOPA? That's a different conversation.
That is a different conversation, but the conversation with regard to TOPA, I'm not at 25 years where the mayor is, but even at 25 years, that is a sliver of the historic TOPA transactions. Most of them are in buildings much older than that. And the conversation around debt is relevant to, we're seeing a significant drop in investment in building apartment buildings over the past 2 years. And from the high 7,000s to like the low 1,000s. And the two issues that in conversations continue to suggest that things driving the lack of investment are TOPA, the timeline and unpredictability, and non-payment of rent or debt, as you were saying. So that's how it was
TOPA and
relevant.
rent are two different things.
They're different things. But on the TOPA piece, 94% of TOPA transactions are buildings much older than 25 years. So I don't see the large trade-off, especially if our biggest need is more affordable housing. That's what everybody's asking us for. They're not asking for the acronyms that we talk about in this building. They're asking for more housing. And if I talk to the people who build housing and they're like, this is how we can build more housing. This is what, when we go to investors, this is why they're saying no. This is why they're leaving DC. And the change that they need is not away in TOPA, is not in the place that we use TOPA, because we use TOPA for older buildings and their interest is in their early years. Then the trade-offs, it seems crazy to me.
If the ratings have gone down, if the federal government's equity that we use for a lot of this stuff disappears, which it is. Remember last week when I started off, I started talking about the skinny proposal coming from HUD. They're killing all programs, CDBG and all of these things
Yeah,
that
the health
help,
proposal is, yeah.
that help to bring development to the city. And if your ratings go down, then how does that span in terms of equity coming into the city? What are the banks willing to do if you've got a lower, if it's going to cost you more to borrow, then you've got a problem. Because when you say that the rating goes down, it's not just about government spending. Banks begin to look at it across the board. It just seems to me that the timing for that conversation may be a little bit off. Is there a need to do it so quickly? Is there not a need for us to look at some of the looming things that are going to hit us in the next 12 to 18 months to see how all this stuff is going to shake out? It's not going to change the debt issue. That to me is an issue that we need to be trying to solve. I mean, do we need more subsidy in the LIHTC properties? What is causing us not to be able to get tenants to pay their rent? Surely it's not just because the advocacy side came to the table and said during COVID, let's find a way to keep them from being evicted. There's a
Right.
difference
But
in that.
To your
and
point
then-
earlier, that's a different conversation, though. To your point earlier, the non-payment of rent, that's something we got to figure out. We're still out of line. Like, there are reasons, but we are also not on the same footing as the rest of the country. So we have a bigger issue with non-payment of rent than the rest of the country. But that's, leaving that issue aside, we have to remember our obligations and, and the needs of our residents. And they're saying we need more housing, and less housing is being built, which means the housing is getting more expensive. So if we say, well, let's study it and let's have 2 more years of conversations.
We're saying that we need more housing, council member.
Everybody.
The community at large is saying we need more housing.
Everybody's saying we need more housing we can afford. And if we're building less housing, then the housing we have gets more expensive.
But the Policy Center's report analysis that they did not include any tenant environment. They did not qualify any tenants at all when they prepared that report, which was extremely well done to make the point of this is why TOPA makes sense. Because you still have all of these properties over here that you can still perform TOPA on. There's plenty of older properties here that you can put TOPA on, but just allow us to kill it for 25 years. We should not be.
There are fewer reports, though, right? I mean, there are several reports, but that's why I do my own due diligence.
CHNED has one, of course, and we dealt with their. We
Fiscal
looked
Policy
at all of
Institute.
the reports that had come out in preparation for that hearing.
Yeah.
It was a long.
It was a long hearing. We're trying to have that hearing over again. You're trying to drag me back into this hearing. We're going into the 16th hour.
Yes.
But we have, our vacancy rates are very low. Our population is growing, and the amount of housing being built has decreased substantially. So that exacerbates a housing cost crisis. And for us to say, like, let's walk slower on this, I can't do it. We've had multiple community meetings and we've had a hearing. And I knew we couldn't just have a hearing, so we went out into the community first.
Oh, I know. Remember, we were there with you.
Yeah, you were there with me. We did Ward 8 the next week, and so we've got to figure this out.
Yes.
But I'm not going to have that hearing again. But those are all the questions I have for you,
Okay.
Director Shreve. I do want to thank you. And no. Sorry, I got one other question.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, your phones, Director. All right.
Our phones?
Yes.
The $10,000 we're talking about adding?
No. Well, pay somebody $10,000 to answer them phones, because I'm getting
No,
calls.
that's to add the feature. We're trying to add the feature now for the survey.
I know they don't want a survey. They want somebody to answer the phone.
No, we answer the phones.
Okay, I'm getting calls.
That we're not answering the phones?
Yes.
Well, nobody sent it to me. I haven't got, since when?
At least the last 6 months, probably, at least. And I've been telling people, I know y'all got new phone lines, so I was like, chill. They got new phone
Yeah,
system.
no, we moved
but
into
after
the new
phone
facility
system.
on November the 8th.
Yeah,
So phones were down for a period of time.
yeah.
But the phones are answered. We still have an answering service. The calls go back to the tenants. And if they're not being answered, we can tell when you called us. If you called us and didn't leave a message, we have a way now of seeing every phone call that comes in and what the status of that phone call was. And normally, somebody usually calls me if the phones have not been answered. I haven't received any complaints about us not answering the phones. We have 2 front desk people.
And they answer the phone, or like a recording answers?
If they're on a call,
Yeah,
a recording may answer and say, we will get back to you, yes.
okay.
But there is a way, you leave your name, your number, the whole thing, and we will call you back. I'm not sure. I don't know what the complaints are. And your constituent person hasn't called me directly, and normally I'm the one they call when there's a problem with that.
Folks are coming to me.
Oh.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah, so we'll work on it. I'm trying to, I'm usually not in a position where I can get follow-up information from folks as they reach out to
Well,
us.
if you get it, send it to me.
I will.
Yeah, just send it to me, because I will follow up.
I know you will.
My staff will not be happy if I follow up. I mean, the reason we got the phone was because Nadeau's people had called me about it.
Right.
And I said, wait a minute, maybe it's time for us to upgrade the system. And that's when we went to an upgrade.
Yeah.
Because I said, maybe the old system is just not compatible with the new technology and so forth. So I apologize. I mean, we have a pretty good reputation about returning phone calls and answering the phones.
Yeah, it's been surprising. So I'll try to get more information as things come to me, and I will definitely get them to
Please
you.
do.
EHAP, 2-week limit. I'm looking at the chart on page 7 of your testimony, so I think that's the answer to why you can't do more than 2 weeks. Is that
It's
right?
not necessarily that we do not do more than 2 weeks. If a building has an owner that we've been in contact with, and that owner says it's going to take us another 3 days before we can let them come back into the building, we will extend it. If an individual calls and just because they feel like they should get an extension, doesn't work that way. And usually, because of the restrictions on our funds, we've been extremely cautious about extensions. But we haven't done extensions except in pure emergency cases.
Okay.
And I understand that there was a complaint about that. That individual was provided with services the first day. She didn't show up at the hotel, so we paid for that. We also found out she had an emergency housing voucher. We talked with DCHA about that, and she still has not occupied the unit that she could with that voucher. So it was a little bit challenging, to say the least.
Understood. Well, Director, thank you very much. I appreciate you and your team being here and for the work that you all are doing.
Well, I appreciate you and thank you for tolerating me.
Thank you. Happy to. I want to also thank our other government witnesses and our public witnesses. I'm always grateful when people take the time to come to and testify at our hearings. For anyone who was unable to testify today, written testimony is encouraged and will be part of the official record. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 1 week from today on Wednesday, June 11th. Anyone who is interested may submit written testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or 202-727-8270. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee in my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. That concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 4:21 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.